Hello, welcome to the City Council September 14th regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. Hello, my name is Drew Combs, Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I'd like to introduce city staff and the rest of City Council members present. Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Cecilia Taylor and Jen Willison. Councilmember Ray Mueller will be joining later. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Attorney Nara Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order or any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda items? Okay, I don't. Okay, seeing none, then we'll go on to the closed session item. City Clerk Karen, could you call for public comment for closed session items C1, C2, and C3?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public who wishes to comment on our closed session items, C1, closed session conference with labor negotiators, C2, our public employee evaluation of the city attorney, or C3, public employee evaluation of the city manager. Please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. This will be the final call for any public comment on our closed session items, C1, C2, and C3. And see no hands raised. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, the City Council will adjourn a closed session. The City Council will adjourn a closed session and reconvene this regular meeting immediately following closed session. We're anticipating closed session to last about 45 minutes. And so, yeah, so we'll just put it at 6 o'clock on the dot. And so the plan is for the City Council to reconvene in regular session at 6 p.m. With that, we'll adjourn a closed session unless there's something additional, City Clerk Karen. Yeah. Okay.
No, thank you, Mayor Combs. Welcome back, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Having all returned to our virtual dais, Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. I'd like to reconvene the September 14th regular City Council meeting. Again, reintroducing myself, my name is Drew Combs. I'm Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. And I'd also like to reintroduce staff and the rest of the City Council present, which includes Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, Council members Ray Mueller, Cecilia Taylor, and Jen Willison. Staff present include the City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Attorney Nara Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs, and just echoing this welcome to our regular September 14th City Council meeting. For members of the City Council, we ask that you remain on screen for the duration of the meeting, engaging your own webcams and microphones. For our presenters this evening, we ask that you engage your webcams and microphones when making presentations. For members of the public who are here to speak on an item, after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. And I would like to make a brief announcement. Our special recruitment for Finance and Audit Committee and Library Commission is still open until tomorrow at 5 p.m. So for any interested applicants who wish to serve on one of our fabulous advisory bodies, please feel free to reach out to me. You can also check out our website. Applications are available online. That does conclude my introductions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Now I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nara Doherty to report out from the September 8th and September 14th closed sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no reportable action at this time.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. With that, we'll turn to the presentations and proclamations portion of tonight's meeting. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on proclamation items I1, I2, and I3?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our proclamations, I1, recognizing Ali and Bistro Vita, I2, recognizing the Suburban Park Association, or I3, recognizing Linda Hubbard, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on items I1, I2, and I3. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right. Thank you, City Clerk Herron, and it's my honor to be able to honor these three to make these three proclamations this evening. And so we'll start off with I1, the proclamation recognizing Ali and Bito Vistra for being the small business of the year. And I'll read the proclamation now. Whereas established in 1998 under the discerning eye of an energetic proprietor, Mr. Ali El Safai, Bistro Vita is a neighborhood restaurant inspired by the great Parisian bistro culture and traditions of French cooking, and where Mr. El Safai, a Cairo native, lived in Paris before settling in the Bay Area, and whereas Mr. El Safai's mission was to bring a joie de vivre, comfort and community of the City of Lights to downtown Menlo Park, whereas the name Vida, the Spanish word for life, was chosen as a toast to the enjoyment of life, love, and food. And Mr. El Safai has been a foundational figure in the Menlo Park business community. And whereas Bistro Vida and Mr. El Safai were named by Senator Josh Becker of the 13th Senate District Small Business of the Year 2021. Whereas on August 18, 2021, Senator Josh Becker said, Bistro Vida and its owner, Ali El Safai, are standouts for recognition as the 13th Senate District Small Business of the Year. Community spirit is part of Bistro Vita's DNA. That's been clear since Ali opened its doors in 1998. Thanks for that unflagging spirit and Ali's leadership, Bistro Vita not only met the challenge of the pandemic, met the challenges of the pandemic, the restaurant and its owner also helped keep the vibrancy of Menlo Park's downtown alive. And whereas Senator Josh Becker noted, for example, the parklet built outside Bistro Vita last year to make socially distant alfresco dining possible is now part of a temporary community plaza, engaging several Santa Cruz Avenue businesses and stretching nearly the length of the block. People visiting the plaza or simply passing by can enjoy music by student bands that are showcased at an informal venue, another amenity created by Mr. El Safai. And now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, do hereby recognize and gratefully acknowledge Mr. Ali El Safai and Bistro Vita, both for being an excellent community partner and being a beacon of hope during difficult times. With that, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Ali for some words.
Good evening, everyone. We really appreciate it and we honor, and we just want to say thank you very much, because we couldn't have done it without your help. We could have done it without you being there and making things a little bit smoother and easier for us to try and pivot and reinvent ourselves and help ourselves and our employees to carry on with the pandemic. But I just want to say we have more work to do. We're excited and we really honor for the letter. So thank you very much, Ray, Betsy, Drew, and Cecilia. We really appreciate everything and all your help, and you really made this happen for us too. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, me and my crew. Thank you.
Yeah, Ali, I'll just say it is very much well deserved. I can't walk down Santa Cruz and not hear my name being called Drew, and you bringing me over. And then providing me with your vision of Santa Cruz, and sometimes I wonder who's the mayor, you or me. But that just speaks for your passion and love for this place and what a value you've been to it. So happy if there's some others on the council that want to share. But definitely a well-deserved honor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. With that, we'll move on to an equally deserving organization or association. This is a proclamation recognizing the Suburban Park Association. Whereas for more than 7 decades, the Suburban Park Association has played a foundational role in the Suburban Park neighborhood in bringing neighbors together, fostering a sense of community, organizing community events, and providing assistance to residents in need, spearheading neighborhood beautification projects, and encouraging civic engagement. And whereas the Suburban Park Association was established by a group of dedicated neighborhood volunteers in the late 1940s, as a result is one of the oldest continually operating neighborhood associations in California. And whereas the association continues to the present day because of the commitment of time and resources by residents of the Suburban Park neighborhood. And whereas the association has played a central role, not only in the preservation of the quality of life of Suburban Park residents, but also in the critical moments in the neighborhood's evolution. And whereas the association played a central role in the eventual annexation of the neighborhood by Menlo Park. And whereas the association has spearheaded tree planting efforts over the years, including planting liquid ambers throughout the neighborhood and the planting of Monterey pines on the east side of Hedge Road. And whereas the association spearheaded the original spring trash cleanup day, which later spread to other communities in the county. And whereas the association's advocacy for the neighborhood has also included lobbying the city, county, and other government entities. And whereas these efforts have resulted in regular maintenance of the landscape area between Bay Road and Little Bay Road, and the community being provided with bus shelter kits, which residents built and installed at the entrance of the neighborhood. And whereas the association organizes and supports more than a dozen family-oriented events each year, including Holy Festival of Color celebration, an Easter egg hunt, a neighborhood-wide garage sale, a community picnic in neighboring Flood Park, a Halloween parade, a chili cook-off, a Thanksgiving morning turkey trot, to just name a few. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, do hereby recognize and gratefully acknowledge the Suburban Park Association for all its efforts throughout the years in fostering a spirit of community engagement and neighborliness that serves as an example for the whole city. one of the board members of the association is here to accept the proclamation, Renee Spooner. So I'll turn it over to you now, Renee.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I am also trying to see if the clerk can admit Raji Pillai, who is one of our other board members who is here with me tonight. I don't know if she's been able to get on. So I would like, on behalf of the Suburban Park Association and neighbors, to ask you to please accept our sincere appreciation for this proclamation. We're grateful for the recognition of our longstanding efforts to organize and advocate for our beloved neighborhood. The close sense of community that this has created is what makes Suburban Park so special. So I can't tell if Raji, there's Raji.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Renee. Yes, so in addition to an active calendar of events, we continue to come together to foster community when new matters arise. We recently focused on key issues such as forming a COVID-19 support team for neighbors who needed extra help, organizing routine blood drives with the Stanford Mobile Blood Bank, and engaging with our community and corporate neighbors on light rail plans to ensure that traffic-related concerns are met. We thank the mayor, the city council, and the city for recognizing Suburban Park as a special place to live in Menlo Park. Thank you.
Yeah, Raji and Renee, thank you so much for those comments. Suburban Park is a really, really special neighborhood, and I don't think that there's any neighborhood that does more community events than Suburban Park. I think you guys have that beat by far, and so a really special place. And thank you for all that you guys do for your neighbors to make it special. So thank you so much, and it's my honor to be able to recognize you guys this evening.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to our last proclamation of the meeting. And it is really my honor to recognize Linda Hubbard. Whereas Linda Hubbard is a beloved and treasured member of the Menlo Park community who, in many respects, has risen to the status of a community institution as an ever-present and studious chronicler of the community. And whereas for the past 12 years, the primary form Ms. Hubbard has used to chronicle and share hundreds of stories about the people, places, and events of Menlo Park has been the In Menlo website, which she co-founded with her late husband, Chris Gucker and Scott Lofness in 2009. And whereas Ms. Hubbard grew up in Menlo Park, having attended Hillview, which at that point I think was also an elementary school, and Menlo Atherton High School, returned to the community after attending UCLA and enjoying a successful career as a journalist in Southern California, which included stints at the Los Angeles Times and Modern Maturity magazine. And whereas Ms. Hubbard returned to Menlo Park, first getting involved in community journalism at the Peninsula Times Tribune before she and her In Menlo co-founders created a news outlet that would be a place for us to read what we've always wanted to know about our hometown. Stories about all of us and the events, places, and highlights of living in Menlo Park. And whereas Ms. Hubbard has held and continues to hold multiple roles at Menlo, including editor, reporter, assigning editor, and occasional photographer, and whereas the lives of residents of Menlo Park and surrounding communities have been enriched by being able to share their stories, read about what their neighbors are accomplishing, learn about events around town. And whereas over the years, dozens of writers and photographers have contributed to Menlo on a volunteer basis, making it possible for Ms. Hubbard to showcase the accomplishments and challenges of the town's many residents and business people, as well as provide information about living in a pandemic. And whereas Menlo Park and its residents have been the beneficiaries of Ms. Hubbard's commitment to providing a reliable, impartial, and detailed news source during a period when many communities have experienced the demise of local news sources. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, do hereby recognize and gratefully acknowledge Linda Hubbard for her work documenting and sharing the stories of Menlo Park residents, for her professional achievements as a journalist, and more generally for living a service-oriented life that has made her hometown incredibly proud of her. With that, I will, I don't know, should I go to Councilmember Mueller or the council first, and then, or should I have Ms. Hubbard speak first. So we'll go to you, Ms. Hubbard, and then we'll have the count who on the council wants to speak. You're on mute. You're yours.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. When I look at all of the 5 smiling faces, one of the coolest things is to not cover politics at all, but have gotten to know all of you. And I really mean that. We have never covered politics, but we do cover people. And it's been a delight to get to know you, and other city council people have come through. What I really, really want to underscore is this, which started after a morning walk with Chris and Scott Loftusness over a cup of coffee, would never have gone on without the incredible number of contributors that have raised their hand and either come up with a story idea or a whole story and photos, because this all volunteer effort really couldn't be done by me. It sure has kept my, I guess, retired journalism unretired. And it's been a delight to do. I'm grateful that I can do it. And I'm just, thank you all so much for the recognition, and like being a lifelong resident of Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my gratitude. Linda, last year during the pandemic, there was a big deal made about positive news and people looking for positive news. And it struck me when that happened, that when that was taking place, how lucky we were in Menlo Park to have in Menlo that was already doing that and enriching all of our lives and touching people and inspiring each other. And that's something I think it's not easy to quantify the impact that you've had on our community and in Menlo, but it's tremendous. And you see that not just in what you share about adults, but what you share about kids. That kids, I mean, the kid contributors, the kids sharing all the things that they've accomplished, inspiring each other. It's just such an amazing, it's just community. It's just the heart of community over and over again, renewed. And the thing that I love about it is it's so quintessentially you. When I see,
I guess for better or worse.
thank God. When I see you out in the community, I see you at the farmer's market, I see you all over town, and it's always community. And it's just, it's a wonderful thing to behold. And it's tonight we celebrate obviously in Menlo, but we really celebrate you. So thank you for everything you've done for this community.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Did anyone else from council want to share? Well, Linda, thank you again for all you do. You are certainly one of the things that make Menlo Park special, and so again, it's my honor that I get to be mayor when you receive this recognition, and somewhat surprising that you haven't received it many years ago. But I think we all recognize how special you are to this community, and it's a proclamation that is well deserved.
Again, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll conclude our proclamation portion of tonight's meeting and move on to a presentation on the city manager recruitment. To introduce the item is Hawkins Group Executive Search Consultant Yanni Hawkins-Gar.
Good evening.
Yeah, well, welcome.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Welcome. We're glad to have you here, and we can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm going to just share my screen. Okay. So the Hawkins Company would like to thank everyone this evening for allowing us to present to you, council and mayor, and to the community, the public at large. We're extremely excited about this important recruitment for the city manager. And we wanted to take this time and just share a little bit about the Hawkins Company and the search process. So the Hawkins Company has been in business for 35 plus years. We specialize in talent acquisition consulting. We have a proven track record in identifying, recruiting, and placing transformational and high-performing leaders with urban agencies and meeting our clients' executive talent acquisition needs with a commitment to DEI. We've worked with several municipalities. We've conducted over 800 executive searches. We're particularly excited about working with Menlo Park. And we just want to share a little bit about our search process. We believe in an inclusive approach. What that consists of is a search process that encompasses engagement at all levels. It encompasses engagement with setting up individual meetings with members of the city council, including the mayor. And we've already begun to reach out to city council and have already begun to calendar those meetings and have already had some of those meetings this past week. So we're particularly excited about the input that we're getting. We've had individual meetings with city executive leadership. We have scheduled over the next couple of days some additional executive leadership meetings, not only with the city attorney, with the retiring city manager, with the deputy assistant city manager, as well as the assistant city manager and a host of other folks. We really want to engage not only the employees, the staff, but the community. So what we're going to do is conduct 2 community meetings that will take place, one on Saturday, September 25th from 12 to 1. And we'll have another meeting on Thursday, September 30th from 6 to 7. For those individuals that are not able to participate in the 2 community meetings, we still want your voice to be heard. So we are going to host an online survey on the city's website. And the city website will post the actual days and times along with the links. And the purpose of these community engagement meetings is to allow for our firm to gain input about what you would like to see in the next city manager. It's going to assist us in creating the recruitment profile that will go out to the marketplace when we launch the recruitment. It will guide our process in being able to recruit, identify, and evaluate candidates based on what is needed for the city of Menlo Park. Do you have any questions?
Let's first bring on the city clerk to call for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the dais.
Okay.
But thank you very
Mayor
much
Combs.
for that presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I4, the presentation by the Hawkins Company, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on item I4, City Manager Recruitment Presentation. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Bringing it back up back up to the virtual dais. Are there any questions for the Hawkins firm? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I had a conversation with the Hawkins firm on Monday and was just thrilled with you being a recruiter, and thank you so much for this presentation, and I'm really looking forward to this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We appreciate the conversation and the input.
Yeah, well, we'll see no other questions. I'll say I know that Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Taylor have been spearheading the engagement, and so very much excited to have your firm on board with the search. Obviously, it's a critical time in the city's history, and this is a critical and key position. So really glad to have you on board as we look for a new executive leader for the city.
Thank you so much. We appreciate, Mayor, to partner with the City of Menlo.
Well, thanks, and yeah, so we can move on to the next item. And the next item is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda items or issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general informational feedback. With that, I'll call on the city clerk to call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can we call for public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item K1 regarding adoption of a resolution accepting the revised JPA agreement with the San Mateo County Operational Area Emergency Services Organization, or item K2, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Baker and Taylor for library material purchase, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, you may press *9 now. Final call for public comment on tonight's consent calendar, items K1 and K2. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the virtual dais. Are there any comments, motions on the consent calendar? Councilmember Taylor.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I have a motion, Vice Mayor Nash, a second.
Thank you. So I have a motion by City Council Member Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the first time we got through a consent calendar without pulling anything away. Of course, there's only 2 items on there, but yeah, okay. Well, thanks. With that, we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. The public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing, continued from the August 31st City Council meeting, is consider 2 appeals of the Planning Commission certification of the final environmental impact report and approval of a use permit architectural control below market rate housing agreement and community amenities operating covenant, and consider the Planning Commission recommendation to approve a vesting tentative map for a major subdivision for the proposed Menlo Uptown project with 483 multifamily dwelling units comprised of 441 rental units and 42 for sale condominium units and approximately 2,940 square feet of commercial space at 141 Jefferson Drive and 180 to 186 Constitution Drive. Here to introduce the item is Senior Planner Tom Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have a brief presentation that I will pull up now. So the Menlo Uptown project, just to give you a little bit of background on it, it is located in the Bayfront area of the city. It's a 4.83 acre project site, and it's outlined here on the map, as you can see with a red line. It is zoned RMUB, which is the Residential Mixed Use Bonus District. And you can see other orange shaded parcels in the area are also similarly residential mixed use designation. There is a blue dashed line that runs through the parcel, which is would be the location of a paseo that would provide a mid-block connection between Constitution Drive and Jefferson Drive, and has been integrated into the project. As mentioned, the redevelopment of the site would result in 483 residential units, and that would be comprised of 441 rental units and 42 for sale townhomes. 73 of those units would be for BMR households, 67 of those would be rental units, and 6 would be ownership units. And as mentioned, the project would be providing community amenities to build at the bonus level. The applicant proposed multiple options, and the Planning Commission selected an urgent care center, which would be operated by the Ravenswood Family Health Network. The proposed amenity is included in the council-approved community amenities list as Social Services Medical Center, and the breakdown of the costs of the amenity would be $4.46 million to offer the space rent-free to Ravenswood Family Health Network, $1.84 million for the build-out of the urgent care space, $882,000 in special medical equipment to outfit the space, and a $1.72 million direct contribution to fund operations by Ravenswood Family Health Network. The project sponsor did convert the project application from our usual application process to an SB 330 application in January of 2020. And SB 330 was a state law that was designed to remove barriers to development of housing projects. So to give you just a little bit of background on that, some of the key features of SB 330 include shortening the time frame for housing development project review under the Permit Streamlining Act and limiting the number of public meetings on a housing project to no more than 5 hearings. Cities are also prohibited from adding new fees or raising existing fees beyond an automatic annual escalation. If an SB 330 project does comply with all of the applicable objective standards through the general plan, zoning ordinance, subdivision standards, and any other criteria that are in effect when the application was deemed complete, the city may not deny or impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density without making specific findings that there would be an adverse impact on public health or safety that could not be mitigated. A little bit of recent project history. So the Planning Commission took the following actions on June 21st of this year. They certified the final EIR and adopted the required California Environmental Quality Act findings, as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project. They approved a use permit, architecture control, a below market rate housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant for the project, and recommended that the council approve a vesting tentative map that would allow for the sale of the townhome units. After the approval, the city did receive 2 appeals of the commission's actions, which were received on July 6th. And those two appeals were from the Sequoia Union High School District and from the City Council, and the appeal was written by Councilmember Taylor. Staff has prepared a recommended meeting format for your consideration. And so for this appeal, we would recommend the introduction by staff, which I'm giving you now, followed by a presentation by the applicant, any remarks from the appellant, in this case, Sequoia Union High School District, a response from city staff, any rebuttal by the appellant, and then we could move into clarifying questions from City Council, public comments, and ultimately deliberation and vote by the City Council on the project. And so with that, I will turn it back to Mayor Combs to proceed through the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Now we'll turn to the applicant, Greystar Senior Development Director, Andrew Marcos, who will make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor Nash, City Council members. I will just share my screen and begin the presentation shortly. So again, my name is Andrew Marcos. I am the Senior Development Director for Greystar in Menlo Park. I'm here to provide a brief summary of Menlo Uptown project, and I'll end by summarizing our responses to the appeals to the Planning Commission approval. Menlo Uptown is Greystar's second project in Menlo Park and first project under Connect Menlo. The project is located between Jefferson Drive and Constitution Drive, just east of Chrysler in the Bayside area of Menlo Park. We've worked with the city and community on Menlo Uptown since October 2018, when we submitted our initial application and since have organized three in-person meetings prior to COVID and countless one-on-one conversations with community members. I want to give a brief overview of the overall project. First and foremost, the project is 100% compliant with all objective standards. Menlo Uptown consists of 441 rental homes and 42 for sale townhomes. 15% of the project, or 73 units, will be below market rate and inclusionary, located on site. For the community amenity, we are providing a build out and space and tenant improvements for the Ravenswood Family Health Network Urgent Care Medical Center, inclusive of some startup funds for them to get up and running. And I'll talk more in detail about that on some future slides. As far as open space, we're providing 24,000 square feet of publicly accessible open space, which is over 80% more than is required. Regarding connectivity, which was a main concern of Connect Menlo, the Paseo, which is included in our project, connects the site with a walking and ped route to some of the largest employers in Menlo Park. And from an environmental perspective, this project achieves among the most ambitious environmental standards in the country, with LEED certification, substantial EV charging, and all electric infrastructure. One of the most important features of our project is the community amenity. The city and its appraiser determined the community amenity associated with the project totals $8.9 million. The urgent care was unanimously selected among two options by Planning Commission and is identified in the Connect Menlo community amenity list, and has also been identified as a possible need by the City Council's subcommittee on the community amenities. Never has there been more of a need to provide fast and equitable and accessible healthcare services than in the midst of the public health crisis that we're experiencing now. It's clearly an important community amenity. Ravenswood Health Network has agreed to operate this site and doesn't turn anyone away and doesn't engage in bill collection. For those unable to pay, there's a sliding scale option, and for undocumented patients without insurance, they pay up to $20 per visit, or as much as they're able to pay. Lastly, the urgent care would also include a basic pharmacy as well. As far as our BMR proposal, Menlo Uptown includes 73 below market rate homes, 67 of which are multifamily rental homes and 6 are for sale townhomes. All the BMRs are distributed throughout the project and are indistinguishable from the market rate units. Planning Commission selected the BMR affordability distribution that you see here, which is an equivalent alternative to all low-income units, which is what is required by the BMR ordinance. These BMR rents are capped at 75% of market rate rent. On these next slides, I'm going to go through some renderings of this project. This is the view of the entire project from Constitution Drive towards Jefferson, where the multifamily buildings are on the right and the townhome buildings are on the left, with the Paseo and publicly accessible open space in the center. This next view is from that same perspective, with the Paseo and publicly accessible open space on the left and the multifamily building on the right. And this last rendering shows the townhomes on the left and the publicly accessible open space and Paseo on the right. Next, I'd like to go through the City Council's appeal concerns and just quickly touch on these in addition to what City staff has talked to or will talk to. Regarding water shortages and drought, the city has water budgets, which help the city confirm its water use is within acceptable boundaries. Menlo Uptown is required to use water efficient design internally and in landscaping, and including low flow plumbing fixtures and we will be installing piping for recycled water when and if it's available. The concern around extreme heat and the climate crisis is of course valid, but it's important to recognize that multifamily housing is the most environmentally friendly type of housing. This project will be LEED certified, and the net reduction in impermeable surfaces through the development will help to reduce the heat island effect. In response to the request that District 1 residents have naming rights over the community amenity, we spoke to Ravenswood Family Health Network, and they've indicated that they're happy to coordinate with the community on naming in consultation with their board, their mission, and their policies. Regarding the comment on transportation improvements in Bellhaven, these are requirements put forth by city staff and the city's transportation consultant. But I do want to highlight that no intersections internal to Bellhaven were identified as meeting the criteria in the TIA guidelines, and less than 10 trips per travel lane would be estimated to pass through the intersections within Bellhaven neighborhood to the project site. As far as the community amenity process, like I said, we held 3 in-person meetings prior to COVID and more than 50 one-on-one conversations. And we prioritize community voices in those conversations and in determination for the ultimate community amenity, and have had very positive reactions to the urgent care medical center. Lastly, regarding BMR policy, I just want to reiterate that Menlo Uptown complies with the BMR ordinance, and just further say that the HNA, the Housing Needs Assessment, explains that the project actually increases housing availability by 498 units, which ends up moderating or counteracting displacement in the area. Lastly, I'll go through the Sequoia Union High School District's appeal regarding our project. First, we agree with the city that the project EIR adequately analyzes the project impacts. Second, Tide Academy was considered and the EIR concludes that environmental impacts would be less than significant. Next, Menlo Uptown is within the Connect Menlo general plan, and the programmatic level study further confirms its less than significant environmental impact. Furthermore, Connect Menlo also studies the cumulative impact on Sequoia facilities. As far as transportation impacts, the EIR concludes that impacts are less than significant, and Tide Academy was included in the study area. Lastly, the claim that the project will cause Sequoia to lose money does not consider the whole picture. Sequoia's own 2020-2021 budget shows enrollment is declining by 1,165 students over the next 5 years, presumably due to high housing costs resulting from a lack of housing supply. That more than makes up for our project student generation rate. Furthermore, increasing property values will continue to provide additional funding to Sequoia, including from this property. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to the City Council, to the community, to Planning Commission, to Housing Commission, to anyone who's showed interest in this project and taken the time to speak with us and make this project better and what it is ultimately. And with that, I'd like to pass it along back to staff, and we look forward to any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morcos, for the presentation. We'll now turn to the appellant, the Sequoia Union High School District Legal Counsel, Harold Freeman, and Sequoia Union High School District Board President, Alan Sarver.
Thank you. I'll begin. I am Alan Sarver, Board President of the Sequoia Union High School District. Good evening, Mayor Combs, City Council members, staff, and community looking on. It's very appropriate to be able to speak this evening when you have recognized community members, businesses, and organizations who have been actively engaged in quality of life and the future of Menlo Park, and spoke about a recruitment process that was very open and focused on community engagement. I want to state that Sequoia Union High School District does not oppose the Gray Star projects before the City Council, nor the range of planned development underway. Rather, the district has concerns about the adequacy of the process and whether the projects are ready for approval. Public education is an essential infrastructure component of planned development. Sequoia Union High School District developed the Tide Academy directly across the street from this project in direct response to enrollment growth that has made Menlo Atherton High School the most over-enrolled in the district and on the entire peninsula. The location for Tide was selected because the Bohannon Park area is transforming from an antiquated industrial park to a high-tech mixed-use community. The introduction of substantial housing and students demands the infrastructure support of schools in this community. Facebook has strongly supported the participation of the Sequoia Union High School District in the planning process for the Willow Village project. We have been at the table with the signature group all along. We are hopeful for the day when we can stand with them before the City Council to confirm that we endorse the plan for Willow Village, because the needs of the educational infrastructure will have been fully considered and met. SUHSD has not been accorded a similar level of participation in planning for the Gray Star projects, and the response to our numerous and consistent inputs by both the city and the developer has been a rejection of our right to participate. SUHSD is requesting that meaningful conversation be undertaken to ensure that the safe and effective education of current and future students at Tide Academy and Menlo Atherton High School should be supported and enhanced rather than undermined and endangered by the execution of the Gray Star projects. As public officials, we mutually have an obligation to the residents of Menlo Park and the students and families that live here. The district remains concerned about the ability of students from this new development to travel to schools, gridlock during school drop-off and pickup, ability of emergency providers to reach the school when needed, impacts of noise on our schools, and more is laid out in detail in the many comments the district has previously submitted. These are policy considerations that deserve our attention and our coordination. Please ensure that the Sequoia Union High School District and Gray Star meet to explore and resolve our concerns before providing final approval for these projects. and turn it over to our legal team to follow up in more detail.
Thank you, Board President. My name is Harold Freeman. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lozano Smith. We have a lot of paperwork that we have submitted to the city, as your staff notes from the very beginning of this project in response to the notice of preparation of the environmental impact report. And there's obviously not time to take you through all of that tonight. But I did want to follow up on the Board President's comments by emphasizing just a few things here. One of them is every comment that the district has submitted by its legal counsel, by the staff of the district, and I should mention, by the way, that Dr. Williams, the superintendent, is in your audience tonight observing as well, have ended with the same comment, basically along the lines of what you've just heard, which is the district wants coordinated effort on this. We serve the same community, and we want the opportunity to talk to the city and to talk to Greystar. And when we hear from the representative of the developer that there have been countless one-on-one conversations, we would have liked to have been included in more of those conversations. There was one meeting where Signature Properties, and you've heard that Signature has been discussing the Willow Villages project with the district, did invite other developers to the table, and we all had a meeting at which the Greystar representative listened, but would not return to another meeting. And essentially have said exactly what the EIR is saying, is that the school district is not the concern of the developer, it's not the concern of the city. The fact is that this project is 85 feet across the street from the Tide Academy. The notion that we are not going to take into consideration, for example, how are students who may reside in that project going to cross the street to get to Tide, or if they go to Menlo Atherton, how are they going to make that transport? That was not specifically addressed despite the repeated request by the district for it, nor has there been an opportunity to talk about solutions to issues such as those. The repeated refrain of the environmental impact report is that the payment of statutory school impact fees is all that can be done and is determined to be adequate mitigation of impacts on schools. Cities and school districts around the state have butted heads about this for years. And finally, in 2011, there was an appellate court case, the Chawanakee case out of Chawanakee Unified School District versus the city of Madera, that said that payment of school impact fees is deemed adequate mitigation of the impact on schools in the sense of space at those particular schools, but that all of the secondary effects still are impacts that have to be addressed, as are, for example, issues such as traffic, because payment of a school impact fee does not address how kids are going to cross the street to get to school, how busing is going to take place if it's necessary, how ambulances are going to get to schools. And so we feel that the responses to comments in the EIR essentially fall back on what is now an outdated way of looking at these impact issues. And again, we've raised a number of different specific issues, and I know our time is limited tonight in our comments to the city about the concerns that we have, that the district has. I believe the district has made its record and stands on that record. But our appeal to you again, to repeat what the board president spoke to you about, is we want the opportunity to sit down with the developer, the project applicant, and with the city and have meaningful dialogue about how to address the 27 categories of information that the district requested be addressed in the environmental impact report that have still not been addressed in the environmental impact report. The objective is not to stop progress. The objective is not to even stop the project. It's simply to ensure the safety and the adequacy of the education for the students that live in your city. And so that is the appeal tonight, truly, is for us to be able to work together. And the last thing I'll say is I just wanted to say on a personal note, I greatly appreciate that this was continued to tonight. I was the main cause of why we couldn't move forward 2 weeks ago because I was home ill. And I greatly appreciate the consideration that the city staff and the city council gave us to be able to put this off until tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman and President Sarver. We'll now turn to Senior Planner Tom Smith to provide a response to the presentation.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Again, share my screen. So we did provide full responses to the appeal, and those are included on pages L1-1, L1.10 through L1.13 of the staff report. But to give you just a brief summary of the points that the school district had made in their letter, the Planning Commission is the acting body on use permits, architectural control, BMR housing agreements, and community amenities based on the provisions in the city's municipal code. And Connect Menlo, the final EIR, as well as the project's final EIR, did consider the Tide Academy in the physical environmental setting and the analyses that were performed. SB 50 considers payment of school impact fees to be full and complete school facilities mitigations under the California Environmental Quality Act. And the project final EIR did address indirect impacts to schools from transportation, air quality, noise, and other topic areas that were studied as part of the EIR. Staff's recommendation would be to deny the appeals and uphold the Planning Commission actions. We would also recommend adopting a resolution that would certify the final environmental impact report, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopting the Sequoia findings for the project. We would also recommend adoption of a resolution that would approve the use permit, architectural control permit, below market rate housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant for the project. We would also recommend a resolution approving a vesting tentative map for a major subdivision to offer the townhome units for sale. And the above actions would be subject to conditions of approval, which are Attachment B, Exhibit I of the staff report. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, so then we'll return to the appellant Board President Sarver and Mr. Freeman will have opportunity to respond.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And certainly if the board president, I'll make a few points, is more than welcome to weigh in after that. I just wanted to respond to three of the points that you just heard, which again are discussed in detail in the extensive paperwork that has been submitted. I always joke with the Environmental Quality Act that the saddest part about it is the number of trees that we kill. The irony is not lost on me, but we have extensively discussed these issues. Regarding the Connect Menlo EIR, on which this EIR is based, on which this environmental impact report builds from that program EIR, while it is true that that EIR, the Menlo Connect EIR, took into consideration that there would be a high school, it did not discuss this high school, which was not yet built, was not yet planned. The specifics of this high school were not considered. One of the issues that we have, that we again have detailed in the submissions that we've made, is that the Connect Menlo EIR contemplates a build out through 2040. That the City Council, through approval of the projects like the one before you tonight, is greatly escalating. The response thus far from city staff has been, yes, even if it's escalated, it also escalates the payment of school impact fees, and therefore there's no impact on the district. But in reality, what it means is that more students are coming faster from different directions with more traffic, all of which we have to take into consideration in a planning period that is much, much smaller than what was contemplated and would have been absorbed as part of your general plan EIR. And we don't feel that that has been adequately taken into account in the specific environmental impact report for this project. And as far as the conclusions that were referenced about no impacts on noise, no impacts on different construction, vibration, et cetera, these were very general conclusions that did not go into the degree of detail that the district had requested about specific impacts on the school. So just as one example, the EIR concludes that there will be vibration impacts from construction on the school, and it basically says that will be resolved later. That is not an adequate analysis and raises the district's concerns about what the true impacts of even the construction of this project will be on a school that is 85 feet away from the construction. Just two other points briefly. I touched on with the Chawaniki case, the Senate Bill 50 or SB 50 issue. The issue is far more complex than just saying that the law says payment of school impact fees mitigates all. The legislature decided, and the courts have clarified, that it mitigates the impact directly of overcrowding. But for example, the Chawanakee case says if the result of that overcrowding is that you're going to have to build more schools, that is something that has to be analyzed in an environmental impact report. If there are traffic effects related from the development, that is something that has to be analyzed and mitigated. So we still feel that there has to be a more specific discussion and addressing of the specific school concerns. And the last point I wanted to make is on the indirect impacts to school. Again, the claim that those have been studied, they were studied very generally the way that the rest of the impacts on the city were studied. We raised, again, 27 categories of specific information that we were seeking, the vast majority of which were not addressed in the EIR, that in our opinion makes the EIR fail as an informational document and fail to address the issues that the district has raised that are so critical to it. With that, and if the board president has anything to add, I would turn it over to him.
The only thing I would add at this point is that we're standing at a transformational moment. We are beginning large development of new communities, mixed-use communities, communities of the future that are changing the landscape that we operate in and that our residents live in. And we need to be taking the needs of education into account as part of the fundamental infrastructure of that transformation. We can't succeed in an environment where we are not all at the table together looking at these broad range of impacts and ensuring that the designs are complex and robust enough to ensure that we are able to deliver quality education to the current and future students that are brought to us. We want to be part of these conversations for this project, for other Gray Star projects, and for projects that are coming up in the future. The education community needs to have a place at the table to make sure that the schools come out of this sound and ready to support these new communities as they emerge. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Sarver. So with that, before we open up the public hearing, I'll ask the council if there are any clarifying questions for Mr. Marcos, Mr. Smith, Mr. Freeman, or Board President Sarver. And these should be clarifying questions because then we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back for council discussion. And my understanding is that once we get to that part, it should be purely council discussion. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, my question is, I followed a lot of it, but one thing that I just didn't follow is there something unique about the high school and the development such that it makes it difficult to cross a street? Okay, I wasn't following that portion of the argument, and I'm wondering if there's a fact I'm missing.
If I may respond to that, we could really just use that as one small example. The documentation we submitted, which dozens, if not hundreds of pages, talk about numerous examples where transportation, the flow of how students get to and from school, not just the Tide Academy, but to other schools as well, in our opinion, has not been adequately addressed, studied, or conclusions reached about it in the environmental impact report.
Respectfully, council, in this meeting, you referenced crossing the street on at least 3 occasions. And I'm just asking, as a matter of fact, is there something that's unique about crossing the street with respect to these 2 developments that I'm missing?
From our perspective, that question has not been addressed in the environmental impact report. You are putting in a housing development that's going to generate approximately 100 kids immediately across.
Is there something difficult about crossing the street? Like, are you saying that we need to have an extra large crosswalk? Are you saying there needs to be a bridge? What are you alleging? Because we have people crossing Middlefield. We have all sorts of kids crossing Middlefield Road. And what I'm trying to figure out is there's something about the development that is factually significant that would be outside the realm of our transportation department, putting in an extra wide crosswalk if it was necessary. Am I missing something about the way that the high school is and the development is such that crossing the street is going to be difficult?
Again, it is our position for the school district that really hasn't been studied. The concern, in short, is that you're adding a lot of traffic coming to and from this new development. You're adding people coming in and out of this new development, including crossing directly to the school.
But what I don't understand, sir, is wouldn't the city be the one to have to pay for the improvements to that roadway for people to cross, not the school district?
It would certainly be the school district's preference, but the discussion of what those needs are that's where our concern is, that the project is not adequately considered these exact types of issues.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the clarifying answers.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. This question is actually for the school district, and this is to follow up on a comment that the applicant made about the declining enrollment in the school district. So my question is that true? And if so, I believe Mr. Marcos cited a number. I don't remember if that was somewhere, it was over 1,000. So I just wanted to find out if that was true.
To my knowledge, we have not done a comprehensive recent demographic study looking at what kinds of declines might be coming out of the gentrification, the pandemic, the cost of housing, et cetera. We did studies leading up to the passage of our Measure A bond in 2014 that led to the construction of Tide that showed a 20% increase of enrollment going on. And during that period of time of construction, Menlo Atherton's enrollment continued to grow and become the largest in the district. And it has filled up the new construction that has been done there during that period of time. And enrollment at Tide is growing at this point. We have seen a flattening of growth, but we have not yet seen any substantial downturn in enrollment. I did notice that a number, something like an 1,100 student decline in enrollment would represent 46%, which maybe that would represent 46% of Menlo Atherton if there was that kind of decline within that school alone. I haven't seen any number similar to that large of a potential decline district-wide. So I was a bit surprised by those numbers.
Mr. Smith, I have a question. You had mentioned that the applicant made this a SB 330 project, and maybe you said this and I missed it. And so there are obviously lots of limitations, restrictions that come into play specifically on the side of the city with regards to applications of that nature. Where part of it is the sort of number of meetings. Where are we at in like that sort of total? Like one of the things it seems as though that the school district is asking is for us to say that essentially to send it back and to encourage the applicant to come to some additional agreements with the school district. Does this count as a meeting, and would that count as a meeting? Like, and where are we at in that meeting total?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. This, by the city's count, is the 4th meeting for the project out of 5. And this meeting does count towards that total. And I would also add that the project does need to return to the city council for a final map. And so this really is the, in consideration of the upcoming item for the final map, this would be, we are maxed out on hearings.
And what actually is the stick like on the hearings. Like, what if can we go rogue and just say, okay, we'll have six hearings or meetings on it? Like, what's the repercussions for not meeting that number?
So for that question, I would bring in the city attorney, Nira, and have her chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Smith. If the city extends the hearings beyond the 5 hearing limit, then the project is deemed approved.
Okay, that's definitely a real thing. Okay, Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. So Mayor Combs, it's appropriate to ask questions of staff right now?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there was a this is a question for the city attorney or for Mr. Smith. On page 11 of the staff report, it says the city may, but is not required to, impose condition of approval based on the findings of the fiscal impact analysis. There's been a lot of talk about SB 50, and the appellants listed a case, which I wrote down that I would butcher it if I tried to say it. Can you elaborate on what conditions of approval related to schools we could impose, given and your interpretation of SB 50 on this?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Wallison. So the case that was cited by Mr. Freeman was the County of Madera case in 2011. I think we have a slightly different reading of that case. It is my position that because SB 50 states that the statutory fees that are permitted under the statute are the exclusive means of considering as well as mitigating impacts to schools, that SB 50 limits not only the mitigation that can be required, but also the scope of the impacts that can be reviewed in an EIR, and the findings for school impact fees. So in the case that Mr. Freeman cites, the court actually held that because the methods in the statute for assessing impact fees are the exclusive means of considering impacts, that an EIR doesn't even need to describe and analyze the development's impacts on schools. And I think that the Uptown EIR goes beyond that and indeed analyzes, as the city's response to comments noted, various impacts on schools without going so far as to require and impose on developer the payment of fees or the imposition of conditions of approval that would require the offsetting of any impacts on the schools.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. So is it correct to then assume that the City Council does not have within our power the ability to impose any additional fees or conditions of approval related to the school and mitigations on the developer for this project?
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't address the first part of your question, and I apologize. So you are correct that the fiscal impact analysis that the city has a practice and a policy of utilizing for development projects for which an EIR is required. The fiscal impact analysis does indeed analyze potential fiscal and other budgetary or facility related impacts on schools. However, the fiscal impact analysis, because of the reasons that I just articulated previously, is not a basis in and of itself to condition the project on offsetting those impacts to schools. Those portions of the fiscal impact analysis that do not address impacts to schools would not be precluded under SB 50 or specifically precluded under any state statute from being the basis to impose other conditions of approval or exactions, as long as those exactions bear a nexus and are lawful. And there's a whole other analysis that we'd undertake to determine whether or not that's the case. But yes, you are correct that the fiscal impact analysis cannot be a basis to condition exactions or fees by the developer to offset impacts to schools.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. And one last question. The appellant was speaking about some EIR related topics that were studied generally. I believe noise vibration was an example, but that it wasn't specific to the school. Can you speak to kind of that concern?
Yeah, so I think the first part of my response explains why. Hold on, there's children walking in my room. You guys have to go out. Go out. Why didn't you? Sorry, that was very unprofessional, but we are at home. I just, of course, lost my train of thought. The first part of the statement that I made was that I think the city's EIR goes beyond the required analysis by generally looking at impacts in the community that will also have an impact on school facilities, including the Tide Academy. So to the extent that Mr. Freeman and the appellant suggest that a school-specific analysis is required, I think that there is a difference of opinion amongst legal practitioners on whether or not that is indeed required. And in this, my position is that the EIR did adequately analyze community-wide impacts and did not fall short of doing a school-specific analysis specifically related to those noise and other environmental vibration factors.
Thank you. And Mayor Combs, those are the rest of my questions related to the nature of the appeal. And then I have some questions for staff, but it doesn't require the appellant and this topic. So do you want me to ask those now or wait on that?
Yeah, my understanding is that all questions should be asked now. And because as it's explained to me, we come back for council discussion. I mean, so when we go to public comment, we'll come back and I go into council discussion and then again go into a vote of some sort.
Okay, then I apologize because I have some more questions. I don't know if you want to give someone else a chance or if I should continue at this moment.
You ask all the questions that you have.
Okay, fair enough. I guess this is for City Attorney Doherty again. In the staff report, in the update, there was mention of something called a pilot, a payment in lieu of taxes, under the possibility that in the future, the development could go to a nonprofit or potentially an educational institute. So it's your position that we can ask the applicant if they are open to including a pilot. Should I do that now?
Yes, this would be an appropriate time to have that discussion and confirm that the applicant continues to be in agreement with the condition of approval that would require execution of a pilot agreement now that would only apply to future exempt entities in the event that the development is later sold.
Okay, so then Mr. Marcos, given what I read in the staff report, do you want to comment about the pilot? Are you open to us putting that into the conditions of approval? I guess we can't make you do it, but we can ask you nicely to do it.
It's certainly not our preference. I understand that this may come from a project in Redwood City that was sold to an educational institution. And I think because it's very nearby and it happened relatively recently, it can feel like that happens a lot, but it's really less than 1% of real estate transactions. So we would prefer not to, but it's not a sword that we will die on.
Okay, Thank you, Mr. Marcos, and I appreciate your perspective on that. I think it's an area of sensitivity in our community because we have a project that was affected by this as well. In the staff reports, this is for staff, there was mention of making the project compliance with an emergency preparedness plan. And then there was a reference to the fact that we don't have an emergency preparedness plan. So I just wanted to ask staff, what would be recommended next steps on, obviously, I don't think we can get this project, but that's something that just kind of jumped out at me. And if someone on staff wants to comment on that.
I'm not prepared to comment on that. I'm waiting for staff to join. Thank you, Tom.
So I believe that that is accurate. I would want to check and see if perhaps there's someone from Public Works that may be able to address that question as in terms of next steps to develop something along those lines.
While you're doing that, should I ask my last question? Okay, I promise it's my last question, but it's a big one. Okay, so this has to do with the intersection modifications that are included in the conditions of approval. And I wasn't on council when the topic of level of service and vehicle miles traveled, also known as LOS and VMT, were discussed. And I know there's a lot of members of the public watching, but the state of California removed level of service, which kind of grades intersections on, I guess, delay from the Sequoia requirements. So our environmental impact reports no longer look at LOS. Instead, they look at something called vehicle miles traveled for climate and sustainability reasons. However, at the time, the city decided to retain level of service analysis in our transportation impact analysis. And because of that, the conditions of approval are recommending certain LOS related what are being referred to as improvements, but I think that's, I prefer the word modifications because I'm very concerned about some of these LOS related recommendations as they relate to safety. There's two that I looked at in quite detail, which are in, actually they are kind of share the border of districts 3 and 2, where Mayor Combs lives on Willow Road at Gilbert and Coleman, where the modifications are to add a turning lane, which look like it would actually require some road widening. So now children and others trying to cross Willow Road would have longer distances to cross, and they would have to contend with an extra lane of traffic turning. And to me, this is in conflict with our Vision Zero policy and complete streets values. And I think it's decisions like this that show, that put our values into practice. And so I wanted to know, I've been in touch with staff, if it's possible to remove any of these LOS modifications that are currently in the Menlo Uptown kind of report from the conditions of approval that are related to these TIA guidelines, and to instead send them to the complete streets for review and recommendation from them. So Mr. Smith, can you comment on that suggestion?
Yeah, so high level, the LOS modifications, as you called them, are something that are in our TIA guidelines, and we're required to evaluate them essentially to understand what would it take to get back to pre-project conditions for impacted intersections along the way. And as you mentioned, there are a number of those that are listed in the staff report for the project. To talk a little bit more in detail about the specific ones that you mentioned, I would ask Kevin Chen, the senior transportation engineer for the city, if he could hop on and give us a little more insight into those and removing what removing
I could
those with me.
jump in here. So the issue is not, because I don't want to go into detail about the actual proposed improvements or mitigations or whatever you want to call them. I think the question is that, like, with the approval that's before us, does it obligate the city to those specific improvements? And can we create a process by which they are reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission? Because that's, I don't want to go into details about the proposed changes, because I don't think it's pertinent. The question is like, can we sort of bridge or change the process as it relates to those conditions of approval?
There are two types of intersections that were included for study. Some of them were included, some of them are intersections that were already included in our TIF, our transportation impact fee. And those were consistent with the transportation master plan. And so for those specific intersections, those are already in the city's,
Oh, I'm sorry, I might have misspoke. I might have said I'm interested in taking out the TIA TIF ones, and I think I reversed what I was saying. So thank you for clarifying, Mr. Smith.
There are a few non-TIF intersections which are purely just were reviewed to bring the project back to pre-project conditions. And in that case, if the council wished to remove those, there's no obligation to incorporate those into the project, and there wouldn't be any sort of ramification other than there may be more delay at those specific intersections if the improvements are not made.
Yeah, so what if, I mean, as I see it, is not sort of necessarily removing them, just sort of not obligating with this approval, not necessarily obligating ourselves to having those projects happen.
Yes.
Is that possible? And what does that language have to be?
So I believe that if you wanted to proceed with removal of non-TIF level of service improvements, those conditions that are included in the recommended conditions in the staff report, you could just strike those from the staff report as part of the final motion on the project.
Okay, but then that means that they don't happen. They just sort of go into some. I think like what I want to see is some additional analysis with regards to them, not necessarily for them not to happen. Maybe that is ultimately the conclusion I would come to, but as we sit here now, I don't know that, like, speaking for myself, that I have enough information to make that determination. And so what I'm asking you is, do I have to make that now of we have to have them or not? Or can I sort of push back this decision?
So I'll ask Nira to weigh in as well, but I think because of the SB 330 requirements and the number of hearings that the city can hold on the project, it really is, it's something I believe that if it were to go to another commission, then it would be another hearing on the project, which would run afoul of SB 330.
May I ask a clarifying question, Mayor Combs?
Sure, please go, Councilmember Mueller.
So my question relates to both of theirs, and really what it just comes down to is money. If it's included, do we get more money from the applicant? And if we take it out now?
So money in terms of the applicant would be obligated to pay the expenses in order to build out their improvements in that way, but it's not necessarily a pot of money that would be coming to the city to use.
No, but my point is that if we want to obligate them to have to pay for it now, we can always change our mind later. But why would we take away the obligation to pay for it until we made up our mind?
So then could we just keep it as is and some later date, obviously, like that, I mean, there still has to be an RFP sent out with regards to those specific sort of changes. There's still other steps in the process, like, right. And so if we just leave it as is, we're not necessarily committing ourselves, because I hear what you're saying, that like if we take it out, then it's considered part of this project, and so we maybe can't have another meeting on it. But can we just leave it as is and on another date, kill it if we want to? And I'm talking about these particular, I think what Councilmember Wilson is referring to specifically as it relates to like Coleman and Willow and Gilbert and Willow. Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, I brought up those two intersections because they're the ones I know the most, but I would really want to look at all of them. And the thing is, it would be in the conditions of approval. So I guess this is for the city attorney. I don't feel comfortable conditioning an approval on improvements that I for sure don't feel comfortable with tonight. I guess I'm opining and we're supposed to be asking questions, but City Attorney Doherty, are we allowed to keep it in, get the money, and then if we don't do it, it'll be okay and we just give the money back?
So the applicant is the conditions require the applicant to improve the intersections themselves. So the applicant's not going to be paying the city anything for the improvements. If the council is going to deny the appeals, uphold the planning commission decision, approve the project tonight, and there's a desire to maintain the right to have those conditions improved, then the council should move forward with leaving them in the conditions of approval, and we can look to later modifying the use permit to remove those conditions. And I actually have not done that under an SB 330 project, but given that it would require the applicant to do less, my guess is that in a worst case scenario, the applicant would waive a post entitlement hearing to have them removed. But I don't actually think there's an SB 330 issue there if the project is approved. I'm thinking out loud here. But yes, I think that's the path forward.
Yeah, it would seem to, again, prophesying, I'm not the city's attorney, but if the applicant has their approval, right, then like the stick of SB 30 is an approval of a project, right? That's the only thing. That's the whole thing, is that like you get your project approved if you if in some way some of those infractions occur. And so at this point they've already gotten their project approved, so it's not clear like what other stick that SB 330 could have over us. I'll go to you, Councilmember Wilson, and then I do want to go to Councilmember Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Combs. Since Mr. Marcos is on the line, I just would like to hear his thoughts on the discussion and the possibility of a use permit, a later modification of use permit to remove those requirements.
Yeah, for non-TIF modifications driven by the LOS analysis, I think we would be very open to a complete streets review or some other review by the city, as long as new modifications could not be added. I think that we would be very open to it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller, did you had your hand up first, but then you made a comment where
No, I still have a question. It's just procedural because it sounds like after our questions, we're going to close the public hearing. So
yeah.
Procedurally, we're hearing both appeals right now together. Is that right?
Yeah, against this for this project. Yeah, that's my understanding. That all of the appeals of this project are in this hearing.
Well, before we close the public hearing, will Councilmember Taylor be making any presentation on her appeal for questions, or are we just going to close it and move on to discussion and there won't be a presentation?
So since Councilmember Taylor's hand is up, we can go to her and she can answer that question for herself.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I don't have a presentation. I did have an opportunity to have a presentation, but I don't believe that I need one. I wanted to just clarify just some information that I received earlier, is that with any of the transportation improvements that we have to follow the TIF guidelines. And so if in order, or I'm sorry, the TIA guidelines. So whatever the guidelines say, that's what the TIF pays for. And so, but what I just heard is that we could have non-TIF items that we can have on the list. So I just want a little clarity. One of the reasons I filed the appeal is because the transportation improvements are not happening near the project. And so I'm questioning why that is. And if we can get a waiver or do something differently, if that's possible. And I'm not sure if that is a senior planner question, Mr. Smith, or if that is for the city attorney or for someone in transportation.
I can start, and others may join me here. But so to go back to the idea of the LOS intersections that were studied as part of the project, it happens that some of those intersections were already identified previously in the city's TIF. And so there are a subset of intersections that are covered under that. But in looking at the different intersections that would be affected by the project, and analyzing what would take to get them back to pre-project conditions, there just happened to be other intersections identified which are not included in the TIF. And so those are the non-TIF intersections that were mentioned previously. In terms of transfer, so my understanding is, are you talking about if there are certain intersections that you have questions about or that council does not want it to be improved or modified, transferring that money to a different area or other intersections?
So my question is, I have 3 intersections or through 3 potential projects that are not identified in this project to mitigate. And so how do I get those projects on that list to be considered, even if they are in the TMP?
So the intersections that are studied as part of the project, they do have to have, I believe it's more than 10 trips per travel lane. The project has to generate more than 10 trips per travel lane through those intersections. And so that's sort of the nexus for their responsibility to make the modifications to the intersection. Without that being identified according to our TIA guidelines, then there's not the ability to bring in additional intersections to ask the applicant to improve if we haven't identified those as being impacted by the project.
I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, in order to get to those intersections, you have to use Willow Road, and Willow Road drives directly through District 1. The second is there a waiver? Is there a process where you can put projects on there that are actually impacted? Because I believe there is at least 10 trips there. If you have to drive through District 1 to get to those intersections that are identified on the list to be improved.
So I would bring in transportation staff as the experts on this. Maybe they can speak a little bit more to the TIA guidelines and how intersections are selected for projects.
Sure. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor, for the question. So I'll start, and then we may have other transportation staff come in on specifics related to the intersection modifications that are proposed with this project. So I think the point of confusion may be around what we can require and how we can use transportation impact fee dollars to actually deliver projects. And so a project needs to be listed in the transportation impact fee, what's called a nexus study, in order to have TIF funds used to actually construct it. And so for the city to construct a project using any TIF dollars, it needs to be in the approved study. The council, our last TIF update, the council adopted in November of 2019, and that includes all the
projects that are then eligible to be constructed with those funds. That list was consistent with the draft transportation master plan at the time. And so we looked at all the potential projects that had been identified at that point in the development of the TMP. I think, Councilmember Taylor, to your specific question about adding new projects into the transportation impact fee, there would be a process by which we could amend the Nexus study, add them to the transportation impact fee program, and then could use TIF funds to construct additional improvements that aren't currently in the study. That's a process procedure that would have to kind of take place subsequent to the consideration of this project tonight. Adopting the new Nexus study would be kind of a multi-step process for the council to take action on going forward. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And I just have one quick follow-up. So is there a waiver? I know there's eligibility requirements. And I know that you just said about amending the Nexus study. So I'm looking at, is there a waiver that can be done a part of the conditions of approval, as opposed to waiting until we amend the Nexus study?
Yeah, so I'll give you my understanding and then may ask City Attorney Doherty to come on and also respond. But I think because the impact fee programs, and it's not specific to transportation, but all impact fee programs are subject to very specific state requirements. I don't believe there's a waiver per se that we can include, but definitely Ms. Doherty will know more about the potential legal options that we have in that regard.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. I apologize. I'm not able to turn my camera on, so I'm going to log off here in a minute and log back on and see if that fixes it. But in the meantime, no, there's no waiver process under the Mitigation Fee Act. So the city does not have a duty to construct particular TIF projects in connection with particular development projects, but the city does have a duty when collecting TIF funds to implement those projects that are the basis for the TIF. So if the city wants to revise the projects and improvements that were originally identified as needing completion under the TIF, then as Ms. Nagaya said, we'd have to actually do a new Nexus study, and the study would need to establish that there are changed needs in order to meet transportation impact mitigations and offsets.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I'm interested in pursuing this thinking a little bit more. There are projects on Willow Road that are part of the 29 intersections that were studied. And these are projects on Willow Road within District 1. Why were they not among the chosen intersections?
So I believe in that case, the intersections along Willow Road were studied, but the improvements that were required as potential conditions of approval weren't necessarily triggered based on the city's thresholds of significance. So I think in that case, I'm going to ask Kevin Chen, Senior Transportation Engineer, if he could chime in with some more specifics about the particulars of the analysis. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Nikki. So I'll just do a quick mic test that you can hear me okay. Great, thank you very much. So thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, for that question. In response to your question, just kind of a two-step process. One is that you're correct, some of the study intersections included Willow within the District 1 locations. Two specific locations were identified to have project impacts on Hamilton and on Newbridge. However, in order to mitigate those improvements, you would need right-of-way acquisitions as well as curb expansions to, to fit them in. So, and typically with right-of-way acquisitions, it's a significant process. So that is usually one of the reasons for us not to include those improvements in the COA condition of approval. Additionally, just kind of a last point, those two intersections also are Caltrans intersections as well. So any improvements would require their approval. Although I would say in terms of the two constraints, the right-of-way acquisition is definitely on the top of the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chin. So if there are no other clarifying questions, then I will open the public hearing and ask the city clerk to call for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our public hearing item L1 related to the Peel of Menlo Uptown project, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. Our first speaker will be Chris Johnson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, members of the public. My name is Chris Johnson and I live in Redwood City, the proud home of 5 enormous Gray Star projects. I appreciate and admire Councilmember Taylor's efforts to hold Gray Star accountable for the tremendous impacts that these projects will bring to your city. Redwood City has a 20% inclusionary affordable housing requirement, and that has done absolutely nothing to slow down development in our city. You've seen our downtown. While Menlo Park requires 15%, Gray Star should be offering 20% inclusionary affordable housing on all their projects going forward if they are sincere about mitigating the impacts on affordable housing. The claim by Gray Star this evening that these housing units will reduce displacement in your community is just not true. Market rate units actually add to the demand for affordable units due to the increase for service workers it creates, and the affordable units in this project will not cover that demand. In general, when residential development isn't more balanced with 50% market rate and 50% BMR, you will be causing more displacement in your community. I'm not saying this project should be 50-50, but anything less than that will cause displacement despite Gray Star's claims to the contrary. This is detailed in your very own Nexus study. Also in Redwood City, the paint was barely dry before Gray Star flipped 2 of their projects. One of these projects ended up in the hands of Stanford University, and it has been permanently erased from our tax rolls. As suggested in the staff report, Gray Star could guarantee property tax revenue in case this project ends up in the hands of Stanford University, and they should. Thank you to Sequoia Unified for providing the detailed and voluminous health and safety concerns about this project. It's shocking if anyone truly believes that school impact fees even come close to covering the true impacts, the true cost of impacts to our school districts. If you have read the impact fee Nexus studies that Menlo Park participated in that was used to justify affordable housing, impact fees, transportation fees, and school impact fees, you will know that impact fees are just pennies on the dollar. They never cover the true cost. Impacts above and beyond what general plan growth has identified should be addressed by the developer. Having a 3-year window of time, as mentioned in the staff report, before this project opens their doors should not be justification for approving this project, and saying that the school district has time to plan accordingly is just wrong. Gray Star will reap hundreds of millions of dollars off of these projects, and I appreciate the efforts that we don't see in my city to hold mega developers more accountable for their impacts. Please do not approve these projects this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Dean 11.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Adina Levin, on the Complete Streets Commission, speaking for myself, but I will make some references to things that happened at Complete Streets Commission and that I did representing the Complete Streets Commission. So it is kind of above my understanding level about which elements in this discussion, might be successful in a CEQA appeal, but it does seem very clear that there are a number of things that are in the hands of the city that are have a need for improvement with regard to the development and the developments in this area from Connect Menlo that were intended to provide a live, work, play a community in the area. We had, housing and office space that is going in, but we are not yet seeing the street improvements that are needed to be able to have something that is safe for people to walk amongst their different live and work and play locations. This is something that came up at our last Complete Streets Commission meeting, where we were looking at a question that was about a turning lane, but it turned out in looking closely at this area that there were issues in terms of the infrastructure for people to cross the street between homes and workplaces. And this is something that the city did not consider. And there are a number of issues here that the city ought to be considering whether or not that they are related to the conditions of approval of this project. With regard to the topic that was mentioned in terms of the guidelines and how we use LOS, when the city made its decision about keeping LOS, there was also a decision on this from the city's perspective to additionally look at metrics that will protect the safety of people walking and biking. And that element of multimodal metrics is something that has not yet been complete. I'm on a subcommittee that is working with staff on that issue, but it is not done. And the impact of that not being done is showing up in the fact that our planning is focusing on reducing car delay, but not looking at the additional needs we have with our Complete Streets policy in maintaining and improving pedestrian safety. And lastly, I don't know about the traffic impacts relating to a CEQA appeal, but it's certainly the case that since we have transportation demand management and TMA coming forward, we have opportunities to look at improving the travel and reducing the car traffic in this part of this city, covered under Connect Menlo. And I would urge the city council to take the ball proactively and do those things to improve street safety and reduce traffic, regardless of whether or how they relate to improving this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Victoria Robledo.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vicky Robledo. I'm a resident of Belhaven and a native of the Bay Area. I'm sort of just really appalled at the fact that the ERR, the environmental report, states that there's no impact on this community when we have consistently struggled with traffic pollution. The kids trying to cross on Willow to a school there. I mean, the fact that we're putting almost 2,000 homes on this side of town, still, I can't process that. I'm not feeling confident with a lot of what I've been hearing. I feel like the city in general has basically thrown us under the bus once again. And I think that this is completely just, I'm almost speechless as to the fact that we're putting over 400 homes here. The gridlock, the traffic, the kids trying to access schools, our pollution. How in the heck can this not have an impact on the community of Belhaven when this city of Belhaven has so much other places they can be putting all these homes? and the segregation factor of them and us, which will occur because who will be able to afford those homes there? And I'm just at a point where I'm losing a lot of faith in the process here, which has already been diminished quite a bit. And I just don't know how we can continue to even foresee putting 400 homes there, 451 homes there, when this city could place it in so many other locations throughout Menlo Park and not in Belhaven. I can't help but think, again, it's a racist. It's just, I can't believe that we are doing this. And I'm looking at the city and different commissions to do all they can to prevent this development from going. I'm not a fan of Gray Star. I would like them to live in Belhaven for a month, rent an apartment on Hamilton, and see and experience what the residents of Belhaven have been living through for the last 5 years. And I ask that we try to get as much support from the city that we can, because this is a ridiculous development going on in this small community here. We're not going to be able to get out of this community. And once people who try to live in these homes realize that, they're not going to live there very long. They'll be out, and you'll eventually have empty condos because they won't want to deal with this. Just like the residents of Belhaven are trying to stay afloat here and struggling to get the support. I don't think we need to do the moratorium. We tried once before, and I hope we can venture that way, because this is completely, I mean, I'm speechless as to this development, and I hope and plead that we can get as much support to stop it. And I thank you. I thank the members for doing what they can, and I hope we can really stop this development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item L1. Our next speaker will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening, everyone. Lynn Bramlett, District 3. I trusted the city government until I started studying the Connect Menlo documents, etc. I don't trust it at all, I'm sorry to say. Menlo, Uptown, and Menlo Portal are just two of the many major development pipeline projects underway in District 1. The issue isn't about these two projects alone. It's about what else is in the development pipeline in District 1. These projects are just the tip of the iceberg. The issue also isn't about an attempt to stop housing in District 1. District 1 has already taken the majority of new housing in Menlo Park, especially affordable housing. According to a staff report for the August 4th Housing Commission meeting, District 1 has a total of 3,192 housing units either already approved or pending. The 3,192 housing units concentrated in District 1 represent almost the full Menlo Park allotment of RENA housing. This should be spread all over Menlo Park and not concentrated in District 1. To me, it's more than time to examine the premises of Connect Menlo, with the main ones that it was an authentic general plan update and that it was designed for the public good. I would like to see an inquiry into the Connect Menlo process, the Connect Menlo program level EIR, and the foundational documents that led to the EIR, and an overview of all the promises made to the public that haven't been met. And an inquiry would be very timely in preparation for the city's plan to develop the city's first environmental justice element, which unfortunately is part of another rush process. That law, SB 1000, or environmental justice, was written with communities like Belhaven in mind. That would be former red line communities that have taken the brunt of development and who continue to take it and who have lacked adequate inclusion in decisions that affect them. I have made a careful study of all the Connect Menlo background documents and the state of California's requirements for an authentic general plan update. I believe Connect Menlo was an illegal substitution. And we continue to talk as though we have a general plan, and we don't. We don't have a visionary document, as a framework for your council decisions. I think it's more than time to look at these, including the program level EIR, that I think isn't suitable. It should have been at most a project. It's not a program. These development projects aren't related as part of a project. And even what went into it, it's all deeply flawed. And I would actually like more time. A review is very much needed. I hope you will stop this project. Don't vote for it until a review can be conducted.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, I know it's going to be a long night, so I don't want to be too repetitive. I agree with many of the things that my fellow Commissioner Dina Levin said, and like her, I'm a Complete Streets Commissioner, but speaking for myself, I just wanted to raise something tonight, which is this concept of pre-existing conditions. So right now, the pre-existing conditions for bikes and pedestrians are streets that are narrower than what you're talking about making, which means that these streets will be harder and scarier to cross and will probably incentivize more people to drive their children to school instead of letting them walk or bike. We're talking about major corridors like Willow Road that already pose a barrier and that already feature a lot of accidents and are already considered unsafe. So I understand that level of service is something that we care about in our community at intersections, but that's really not that's not the whole picture. In fact, the words level of service only show up like 3 times in the circulation element of our general plan. But we talk a lot about bike and pedestrian safety, and we talk a lot about the environment, and we talk a lot about this vision that we had for the community. That was going to be a healthy live, work, play environment. So yes, it does feel like the right hand and the left hand aren't talking to each other when we see plans for really beautiful pedestrian and bike atmospheres on either side of a really busy street that has no crosswalks, especially when we know that people are probably going to be crossing that street all the time to go from one office to another, or from their house to go to the daycare center, or from, if you're a kid at Tide, maybe you're going to go over to Bedwell Bayfront Park. So please, let's not just thoughtlessly, mindlessly continue to widen to intersections and without taking all of these other safety factors into account. We won't even put speed bumps on streets without talking about the safety implications for the fire district. Let's flip this on its head. We're always talking about not inconveniencing drivers when we're trying to make things safer. How about we talk about not inconveniencing and making things more dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists when we're talking about making things more convenient for cars. Sorry, I don't know if that was coherent or not. But please, this is like a systemic issue. I see it over and over again in all of our planning processes. I'll also mention that looking through the TIF list of projects, it's weirdly specific compared to our transportation master plan, and I feel like it got buried, those levels of details. So I wish that had been elevated earlier. Maybe we all dropped the ball. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening and thank you. I'm looking at the most dangerous areas for bicyclists in San Mateo County. And when you look at Willow and Newbridge, as well as Willow and Hamilton, the orange circle is quite large compared to other areas. It's been asked before, I'll ask it again, that the city start the process for Willow Road to be relinquished to the city of Menlo Park. Fremont was able to do this process in under a year. It just takes political will to do it. Because the comments about what we're able to do with Willow Road, because part of it belongs to the state, you can go back 20 years and look at documents where the same thing has been said. And the reality is the traffic from that area, if you think in terms of residents living over in the new community that live in the South Bay, they will probably cut through Bellhaven in order to get to that area, because Willow Road and Bayfront will be so impacted with traffic. I think the other piece is the city needs to immediately change the BMR policy so that these developments are required to provide 20% BMR so that we have apartments that allow existing communities, residents to live there. And maybe we would be able to hire more people to work for the city if we had a place for people to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And that does conclude our public comment period. I see no further hands raised.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for council discussion. Yeah, so what, is there someone who wants to sort of go first to give some sense of what they're thinking? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And thank you to the applicant for providing a presentation and following up on the concerns that I shared in my appeal and also with the Sequoia Union High School District. I also would like to thank the city council members who supported me filing the appeal. And willing to hear it at this level. My concerns were expressed in the email that I sent, but also just looking at, there was one email posted on CCIN that happens to be from one of my constituents. And it just says, "Hi council, building this close to the bay is stupid. It's crowded over here already. Let the rest of Menlo Park supply the housing until the existing inequality between this side versus that side of Menlo Park has been eradicated. Sincerely, Nina Walk, Bellhaven resident since 1986. When I initially was putting together a statement just to do an introduction as to why I filed the appeal, it made sense to talk about what SB 330 does not address. And these are the things that the folks who created it need to hear. One, it does not protect quality of life for existing residents, particularly low income and communities of color. Two, it does not protect communities that have dealt with discriminatory land use practices like redlining. Number three, it does not deal with on-site amenities versus off-site amenities. If you live at the residence, you benefit more so from that amenity, not necessarily the community that's supposed to be receiving the amenity. The next is considering environmental factors. We are proposing to put almost 1,000 units near a freeway. And when I look at the Enviro screen, which this is what my background is, it's a draft, but this is what the Enviro screen looks like in Menlo Park. The area that we're proposing this development of housing, I don't know what the tree canopy is. I would assume it's less than 10, just by looking at the area, that that there is not a huge tree canopy. I look at other environmental factors. There are about 24 different types of transportation that run in and out and around the Bellhaven neighborhood. There's also the fact that we're surrounded by freeways and highways. There's also the air traffic. There's impact from a large airport, San Francisco, to small airports. Also the emissions from the airplanes as well. And then also when we looked at, and I believe, and this may be a question directly for staff, is when we looked at the air quality, the monitors were actually in Redwood City that were used to gather data. There was actually none in the neighborhood that collected data. There are monitors now around the area. I'm not sure if that was used to gather information, but I'm really concerned about what SB 330 does not address for quality of life for existing residents in Menlo Park and then also future residents for Menlo Park. Just to follow up a little bit, I mean, you heard one of my constituents, Ms. Robledo, just the concerns about what it appears that the majority of the RENA numbers are going to be absorbed by District 1. And that should be a huge concern for everyone in Menlo Park. Maybe it isn't. It is definitely a huge concern for residents here and definitely for myself. I'm hoping that my council shares those concerns as well. But I just wanted to provide you with something as far as what led me to making the decision to file an appeal. And I'm sure that this won't be the first one that I file, considering that there are 11 projects on the book for this community to be developed around us. The other piece is that I wanted to bring up is the fact that we have passed 4 resolutions in Menlo Park. One is Resolution 6563 that says that Black Lives Matter, and it includes reform land use policy to reflect one city and also to prioritize climate action. The next one is Resolution 6493, which is Climate and Sustainability Action acknowledges that we have increased wildfires and associated air pollution, coastal flooding, drought, and more intense heat waves, and that low-income communities and communities of color, the young, the elderly, indigenous communities have suffered the greatest consequences of climate change, and remediation requires active consultation and protection of the vulnerable community that has historically been exploited. The next one, Resolution 6621, amending Menlo Park's 2030 Climate Action Plan, reaffirms Resolution 6525. It declares a climate emergency that threatens the economic and social well-being, health and safety, and security of the city of Menlo Park. It includes health, socioeconomic, and racial equality in policymaking and climate solutions at all levels and sectors, as the consequences of climate change have significant impact on all Menlo Park residents, but especially the young, the elderly, low income, or communities of color, and other vulnerable populations. The last resolution is 6535, declares a climate emergency that demands accelerated action on climate crisis. We joined over 1,000 local, national, and international jurisdictions committed to greenhouse gas emission reductions and planning for climate change. Climate change impact will be mostly acutely felt by the communities we have committed to protect. Oh, I have one last one. Resolution 6553, affirming the city's commitment to values of equity, fairness, and justice in responding to COVID-19. Although this resolution is specific to our COVID-19 response, the language is based on our mission statement that previous policies and resolutions, on our mission statements that and previous policies and resolutions. I just wanted to share those things about what we have committed to as a city council and as a city. And just thinking about, I know that there are certain limitations that we have with SB 330 projects, but there are certain mitigations, I believe, that we can implement at a council level without violating the 5 hearing rule. And so I just wanted to share that piece with you all, just so that you understand why I filed the appeal and why I believe that we as a council can make some good decisions together on mitigations when it comes to projects that we don't have a choice but to approve. Whether we vote yes or no on it doesn't matter. However, what goes in there that we do have control over, it's very important that we take leadership and not necessarily accept what the applicant is proposing inside it, or even our staff, but really looking at how we can address concerns in our city, especially if we're forced to approve. I think we have, 5 SB 330 projects, and 4 of them are in District 1. I don't know if that's actually true, if someone could verify that. But this isn't the only one. There are more to come, which is what leads us to that number of 3,192 units of housing in one area of this city. That does not include services, by the way. This is not, I don't see this as necessarily being mixed use. There's no place for you to shop there's a place for you to sleep, but there's no place for you to shop. You have to go out for services. And so if there's someone on staff, the senior planner, Mr. Smith, or our city manager that could verify the number of SB 330 projects that we have. Or I can look it up myself.
So in the Bayfront area, it would be 5, I believe. So it would be Menlo Uptown, Menlo Portal, Menlo Flats, and then there's an application at 123 Independence Drive. So I'm sorry, it's 4 in the Bayfront, and then there's 1 outside of the Bayfront area.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And just to follow up on the SB 330 project that is not in the Bayfront area, what size project is it? Is there 500 units? Is there 20 units? How many units are there?
Let me check on that. It is a smaller sized project. I believe it's around 11 or so.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for verifying the information. Thank you. Mayor Combs, at the moment, I don't have another question.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Is there anyone else on council who would like to share what they're thinking? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Actually, first, I believe I need to disclose the fact that I've met with Andrew Marcos and several times, and then Councilmember Taylor and I have met with Andrew Marcos numerous times. And in those meetings, Andrew shared his thoughts on proposed community amenities and provided us information on project plans. So just for disclosure purposes. So I am very interested in what we can do to mitigate, what mitigation measures there are for this project. I do feel like we're between a rock and a hard place with the SB 330 projects. It does seem, it's just unimaginable how many housing units we're putting into an area, District 1, which has is tremendously vulnerable to climate change. We'll be having there's sea level rise there. There's essentially no services there at this point. There's no good transportation there. When Councilmember Taylor was talking about all the transportation, all the transit through Bellhaven, that is not transit. I'm sure everyone knows, but just to that is not transit for the public. That is transit that is being used by businesses. And so it's just further clogging the street, although there is a city shuttle that runs there, which is excellent, but there's no transit in this area. There's the education in this area is not one of our stellar school districts. Both the Ravenswood City School District and the Redwood City School District are 2 of the elementary school districts that serve this population that we're bringing more people into, and then the Sequoia Union High School District. And we're bringing, and it's an area that, as was stated, does not have a canopy of trees. So I'm deeply troubled by how much housing and how much development we are bringing into this area. On the other side, we are tremendously bound by the SB 330 restrictions. And so I would, am very interested in, first of all, what mitigations we might put forward for these projects right now, for the SB 330 projects that are in front of us right now, and then the next hearing. And also I would really like to talk about other projects which are not bound by the SB 330 constraints. and just what can we do working with the developers, working with others to somehow mitigate some of these tremendous disparities. And I am also very, very interested in getting the pilot agreement into the application. I appreciate Mr. Marcos's position that while he's not supportive, he will not stand in the way of it. And I think it's very important to get that into our motion. And as Councilmember Willison said, as we have seen the issue in Redwood City with Stanford University purchasing one of the large housing developments Greystar built there. And we have Stanford University here in the city and very close to us. And I think that it would be very prudent for whether it's for whatever nonprofit or tax exempt organization might be potentially interested, just that we have this pilot pilot agreement in the proposal. So that's sort of where I stand at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Mueller, do you have thoughts you want to share?
I'm open to listening to my colleagues' proposals.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I want to thank the applicant, the appellants, the staff, and especially I want to thank Councilmember Taylor for holding us accountable to our stated values and how we execute on those when it really matters. So I hear you, Councilmember Taylor, and that leads me to a question actually for the city attorney. I heard something about SB 330 or some housing law, I think it's SB 330, where if you downzone in one area, then you have to upzone in another area. It sounds like with SB 330, we have very little wiggle room in our ability to deny this project. Is that, if the council said we are going to deny this project, but we're going to make up the excess capacity elsewhere, is that even possible?
So the Housing Crisis Act prohibits cities from downzoning or reducing allowable density and development capacity on a legislative basis, meaning you can't adopt zoning ordinances or amend the general plan to increase the density that's currently allowed.
To decrease the density.
The decrease. Sorry, did I say increase?
Yeah. Is the Housing Crisis Act SB 330, or am I getting them all confused?
Yeah. So SB 330 modified is the Housing Crisis Act, and it modified. It established both the Housing Accountability Act and provisions of the Housing Crisis Act and provisions of the Permanent Streamlining Act. But yes, this is a provision of SB 330. There is a separate provision of a separate law, which is called the no net loss rule regulations. And under those regulations, the city can limit residential development on a particular property if it concurrently increases residential capacity elsewhere. But the no net loss provision requires HCD review and approval for the concurrent rezoning that I just described. So those two provisions act and operate separately than the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, which prohibit a city from denying a housing development project that meets objective standards or reducing its density. So your question, I think, sort of touches on three different laws. I also want to take this opportunity, though not prompted by you all, to say that I may have misspoken slightly earlier about the 5 hearing limit violation. There is a question as to whether or not the project is deemed approved, and it is not a there is no deemed approved provision in SB 330. But the legislature left us a gaping hole in that regard, and there is an opinion that the remedy for violating the 5 hearing limit could be deemed approval of the project. So I think I may have said the rule in a little more black and white terms than it really is, but the risk is still there that there's a deemed approval for violation of the hearing limit. Sorry, I know that's off topic, but it's been eating away at me for 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm following. This is getting really complicated. So
SB 330 is really complicated.
Yeah, so then we can't say we're denying this project and
That's right.
We pick that site over there to have the capacity instead.
That's right. So where a project meets objective standards and the council, the decision on whether or not the project meets objective standards is the city council's to make. Where a housing development project meets objective standards, the city is prohibited under the Housing Accountability Act from denying that project or reducing its density.
Okay, so if we wanted to hypothetically downzone where Connect Menlo is because of the disproportionate impacts to the community, as has been stated multiple times over the decades and tonight, that would require us identifying that same capacity or zoning potential elsewhere. Is that right? And then it would have
That's
to be
right.
approved by HCD.
That's right. So
and
we
that
would
could only apply to future projects, not SB 330 projects that are in the pipeline.
That's right. So once a project has submitted a preliminary application, and the 5 that Mr. Smith referenced have submitted preliminary applications, those projects vest the then current standards, including the density standards and development potential standards that are in place at the time of submission of the preliminary application. So yes, you are right that we cannot utilize the no net loss provision to downzone on a particular property and upzone elsewhere with HCD's approval for any of those projects.
But for other residential areas in Connect Menlo.
It is possible, yes.
Okay, and with that, I guess this is a staff question. How quickly could that happen? And could it be rolled into the housing element? I'm just trying to address Councilmember Taylor's and the community's concerns about these impacts.
And I just wanted to chime in. I do hear you, and staff will come on and answer that question. This technically isn't the time for questions. There was the time for questions in the earlier part. And I do want to be specific that, like, let's focus, there is this project, right? Are we approving or are we denying this project, and what are the specific reasons for approving or denying? So when we get into these general discussions about Connect Menlo, which is a valid discussion, or downsizing, the issue on the table is not downsizing this project. The issue is, do we approve or deny it? Okay. That's what on that's what on the table. So I'm just, and again, I hear you, Councilmember Wilson. You're completely right that it's in a conversation that needs to be had, just general in the Connect Menlo scenario. But that discussion could go on all night, and I do want to make sure we're focusing on the framing that we are able to do what's before us.
I appreciate that, Mayor Combs. And I started with directly responding to Councilmember Taylor about this, and then asking about our ability to deny and upzone this. But to your point about my Connect Menlo larger discussion question, related, so I'll table that. So staff does not need to come on and answer that question, although I will have a brief comment about Connect Menlo in a moment. But I do want to say to Alan Sarver and the folks at Sequoia Union High School District that I think we all care about education, and that we understand that we have shared constituents. And I have two future Sequoia Union High School students. It's very important to me that the quality of our education is maintained. I do think, as we have heard tonight, that our legal counsel is interpreting some of these issues differently than your legal counsel, and that we have very limited, we actually have no discretion really on slowing down this process, requiring a meeting as a kind of as a mitigation, or imposing any other mitigations or impacts, fees or things. So I just wanted to acknowledge your concerns, and I appreciate you raising them, and I'm sympathetic to them. But as a policymaker, I have to follow our own counsel on that. I do want to say I appreciate also your desire to be really engaged in our housing discussions. And would love, I'm now Brown acted with Mayor Combs on housing issues. And I would love to participate in ongoing discussions with both Sequoia Union High School District, either with our staff, your staff, board members, whatever you want to do, and other school districts that are listening as well, because this is only the beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg, as we've mentioned. The housing element's coming, and this is just going to keep going on. So I think the better communication and collaboration we have, even though I really think we have limited tools in our toolbox to help address it, but we can at least help facilitate some conversations and be engaged with you. So I want to offer myself for those ongoing discussions. Really what I want to say is that this is a little bit about Connect Menlo, but Mayor Combs, if you just allow me for a moment. I do think that Connect Menlo is a mess. I think this Gray Star project in itself is following everything we asked Gray Star and developers to do. So we set the inclusionary policy, we set the zoning, we set all these conditions, and they're met. So I don't have issue necessarily with the Gray Star project. My issue is just we're developing in a flood zone. It boggles my mind, but we're not looking at the environment's impact on the project. We're looking at the project's impact on the environment. And so, so that's just something. But Connect Menlo itself, I think, needs a huge discussion. We have projects that are being plunked down that are in and of itself pretty decent, like the Gray Star project, looking good, that have these beautiful paseos that connect to a sidewalk. But then if you want to get to the sidewalk on the other side of the road, we're not worrying about that now because it's not that part of the project. And so I am very uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have a strategic vision for how these areas are connecting, which is just ironic because it's called Connect Menlo. We need to look at the connectivity. We need to look at how this live, work, play is playing out, and our lack of services in these areas. We need to look at how this is developing in the 5 years really fast instead of the 25 years. We need to look at, are we actually building a neighborhood, or are we just building one-off projects? And I think that's on us as a city. I think we can ask the developer to do this, specific things, but us as a city, we need to be looking at this. So what I'd like to do is really look at transportation as it relates to these areas. And look at how we're going to create these complete street networks, how we're going to look at our TDM, our Transportation Management Association, looking at our parking requirements that I think are way too high. What are we incentivizing? We say we're going to, if you look at Connect Menlo, it says it's going to be bike, ped, transit, but when you look at what we're actually doing, it's generating cars and making a traffic mess of cars. So I hear Sequoia when they're talking about those mid-block crossings. I think that's on us as the city to take a look at this and not wait for this area to be fully developed. I think we're also sending mixed messages by having LOS remain in our transportation impact guidelines. And I'd like to revisit that whole topic. But in terms of this project itself, I think that our legal counsel is telling us we basically have to approve. But to me, this is part of a larger conversation that we need to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. I mean, I'll chime in briefly with my thoughts. This discussion actually reminds me of when I was on the Planning Commission and the Tide School project came to the Planning Commission, not for approval, because state law prevented us from playing any approval role, but as just a sort of an FYI. And at that hearing, there was the future neighbor of the Tide School, Tide Academy exponent, which came to that hearing and really expressed their displeasure at the possibility of having to be next to a high school, and how it was they sort of did these large sort of tests and they recreated accidents and it was possibly unsafe, and they just sort of went on pretty vociferously for quite a while, expressing their displeasure at this project, and at the end of the day, not even getting to the heart of our support of Tide or not. What we said was, it's out of our hands, really. This is a school that's being built, and there are certain state regulations and protections that really don't give us much of a role. And so in many ways, those roles are reversed here. We have a little bit of a role here, but it's very limited. And so now we have the school district coming, now that Tide is built, and really expressing its displeasure at a future neighbor, in the same way that I think that company name was Exponent, expressed their displeasure of having to have the school district as a neighbor. And again, I think we're in a situation where, in many respects, whether it be SB 330, other state laws and regulations to encourage housing, I don't know that there's much movement for us here, and so I am supportive of approving this project. I do hear where Councilmember Taylor and specifically Ms. Bramlett come from, and this idea of, to some degree, this original sin of the Connect Menlo process, and it's one that I have called out myself as a concern, but that happened, and we changed the zoning, and as a result, we've gotten these projects in process, and since then they have had and gotten additional state protection because of the housing crisis that we're in. So I don't know that, like I said, that there is many options for us here. So I'm supportive. I am supportive of this pilot agreement. I hear Mr. Marcos, but it's kind of hard when you say something is rare and only happens occasionally, but you're the one that was actively involved, or your company was actively involved in the one time it did happen. And so I think you should not be surprised if we try to protect ourselves from a scenario like that, which would be, have negative impacts if it happens. So I'm 100% supportive of that. But again, overall, like I say, supportive of this. I do feel constrained that there really isn't many other options to seriously consider some alternative. And again, open as I have been to sort of looking at the Connect Menlo process, I still think that will, again, given the protections of upzoning, of denser zoning from more recent state regulation, I think it's going to be hard to have that discussion or to have some major change, but I am very much open to it. So those are my thoughts. With that, I will. I see Councilmember Mueller's hand is up, so I'll turn to him.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So thank you for the procedural history as well, going back to Tide. You know, back in 2010, we were 11 time period and we're doing first housing element the city embarked on for a long time. I actually was objecting at that time to rezoning the industrial areas because I thought it was short-sighted to be zoning those for housing because it was our breadbasket for economy, but lost that argument. And then I actually voted against Connect Menlo because I thought the infrastructure hadn't been figured out yet. But that, you know, talking about procedural histories is, you know, that's the past. Unfortunately, we are where we are. And when the moratorium came up, people will talk about that. But SB 330 made the question of a moratorium irrelevant anyway. So state law sort of took that off the table and made it irrelevant. Where we are now is when I look at this, you know, our colleagues both said, not just Councilmember Taylor, but Councilmember Nash, that they would like to discuss what mitigations are available to be proposed tonight. So I'm ready to stay all night and talk about what mitigations they think they can do with respect to SB 330 that makes sense that they want to make. So they've indicated that, but no one's said what those are yet. So I'd like to have a discussion of what they are, hear what they are, consider them. So I'm willing to wait for that discussion to take place. I think we owe that to them to listen to what those mitigations are that they're proposing. With respect to the school district, you know, I just asked Mr. Marcos, would he agree to meet with the school district within the next week? So I don't think there's anything wrong with people getting together to talk. And certainly it's been made evident tonight, we can't precondition our approval on that meeting, but that meeting can still take place. And I think that's probably just being good neighbors to ask neighbors get together and talk. And what we could do what we could do tonight is just ask that everyone agree they're going to sit down next week and talk about this before development begins. Mr. Marcos, would you be agreeable to sit down with the Sequoia High School District to talk about this development?
Yes, unless, as long as there's not a condition that's, you know, something,
we
an action item comes out of that meeting, I'm happy to sit down. I would like to just correct the record that we have sat down with Sequoia 3 times one-on-one. Once their representative came to our community meeting. And at the last meeting is when the attorney was present, and frankly, it became uncomfortable for us. And so we reached out after that to staff at Sequoia to say, we do want to work together to protect the safety of students and to, because we are neighbors, and we never heard back. So we're happy to meet, and of course, safety of students is tremendously important, and we're very much willing to discuss that.
Well, I'm also willing to offer myself as facilitator of those discussions. So I've done with the district and other parties in the past, so I'm happy to do that. But if you're willing to agree to meet, we can't precondition. I mean, we can't. We obviously are. We can't precondition approval on that, and that's not what I'm saying. But what I am asking is that those meetings can start up again, because I think it's just part of good public planning. And I honestly think these are long-term relationships. Like, this isn't going to be Graystar's last rodeo in Menlo Park. It's not Sequoia High School's district last rodeo, like everyone. So sitting down trying to facilitate that would be great. So thank you for agreeing to that. So that's kind of where I am. Like, I'd like to hear from. I appreciate that meeting's going to take place. And I'd like to hear from my colleagues as to what their proposals are that they want to be heard within the confine limits of SB 330.
I think the question is, are there specific sort of things that we can do with this project? And I don't know that there is, but Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So one of the questions that I have, actually a question and a statement, was around where the transportation improvements will be. And I have two intersections. One, Willow Road and New Bridge. The other is Willow Road and Ivy. The third is actually completing the sound wall to the 101 freeway. There were mitigations on the opposite side of the freeway near oil changers, and no mitigations for the District 1 side of the freeway. So, and then also actually there's a fourth one, a third intersection, which is Van Buren in Ringwood. Van Buren and Ringwood was identified as one of the dangerous streets in Menlo Park. So is this not a question? Is this possible? Is this a motion to have this included in the mitigation measures for how we use our TIF? I'm not sure how that would work, but that's what I would like to see happen.
Thanks, Councilmember Taylor. I don't know that we can, but I'm going to let either staff or the city attorney come on because of sort of this nexus that we couldn't just throw upgrades to those if it hasn't been identified, and if it has been identified and there are like sort of other like right-of-way issues that need to be overcome, or just sort of control, whether it's a state road or city road. But I could be wrong, so let's hear and see that if there is something that can be done.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do tend to agree with you. The conditions that are before the council this evening, the conditions related to traffic and intersection improvements come from two sources, if you will. One are those improvements that have been studied in the TIF and to which the applicant is improving and paying into because of their required TIF contribution. Though the TIF does not require that applicants do the improvements to TIF-related projects and improvements themselves, but the city has negotiated with the applicant to have the applicant do the improvements themselves. And as we discussed earlier, yes, those projects and improvements that are included within the TIF are sort of the world of projects that can be completed with use of TIF funding without going back and doing a new nexus study. So that's one source. The other source is staff and the transportation and traffic consultants that the city has hired utilize industry standard traffic study mechanisms, the details of which I certainly cannot speak to, but staff could speak to determine which intersections will be impacted based on the increased generation of residential development and trips generated from the project. And so the city sort of uses those two sources as a basis to say, here's what we think needs to be improved as a result of the impacts of this project. The city can also require, as a part of that second source or pot, that certain improvements are made to offset environmental impacts that have been studied under Sequoia. And so with those two sort of subtopics of that second pot or source of improvements, there needs to be a direct nexus to either environmental impacts that are being offset or impacts to the project, impacts to the community and city as a whole that are stemming from the development itself. And if you all would like more information on the like industry standard traffic studies, I think staff could come on, but I cannot speak to those.
Thank you, City Attorney Dury. And just because I do want to make sure that like we're it's sort of clear, like it's sort of as you see it from this sort of transportation related improvements that have been identified, it's either sort of a take it all or leave it, right? You're saying that nothing at this moment can be added.
That's right, unless staff and the traffic consultants know that there were some other intersections that were studied and just weren't included. But my understanding is every intersection that was studied for potential impacts was included in the conditions of approval as a requirement that the applicant improve those intersections.
Okay.
Yes. You're correct, unless there's something that staff wants to add about other intersections that have been studied. And the reason, of course, for that is that there is a vast body of case law saying that the city and statutory law that restricts governmental entities from imposing unlawful exactions on developers. And an unlawful exaction can include a requirement that a developer do something as a condition of approval of their project that is unrelated to the impacts of their project. And so every time we put together a set of conditions of approval, we go through all of those conditions in advance and ensure that there is a direct nexus between the potential and known impacts of that project and the requirements that we are imposing on the applicant and the developer.
So thank you. And I certainly didn't intend to put you on the spot, but assuming everything was appropriately identified, you know, with regards to sort of transportation improvements, there isn't sort of an avenue for mitigations there. And so then my question is, are there, as we sit here tonight, whether you call them mitigations or whatever you would call them, what is mutable, what is changeable, if anything is?
Yeah, so my recommendation is that you don't add transportation related conditions of approval that have not been studied and recommended at this point. I think Councilmember Wallison's original request and recommendation regarding removing non-TIF related intersection improvements is acceptable. It's acceptable to remove the requirement that the developer do the TIF intersection improvements itself. That doesn't do the city any favors though, because the developer still has to pay the TIF. And so whether or not, if the city removes those intersections from approval, the city is just saying, okay, we'll collect the fee and we'll do the improvements. You don't have to do them. So I don't see any benefit in removing those intersections. Have already been studied, have already been approved as a part of the TIF.
All right. And then again, outside of traffic transportation related conditions of approval, what's on the table?
Oh, for change.
Yeah, or should I put
changes?
that to my colleagues and then come back to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conditions. Like we'd have to spend some time going through them, but.
Like, so are there, again, I think as the city attorney highlights, sort of changing the or adding conditions as it relates to sort of transportation projects is challenging. Are there any other conditions of approval that there is a desire to see some change as part of this approval? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I have a follow-up. If two of the intersections were studied, but they weren't chosen, so they are a part of the nexus, they weren't chosen because of the fact that who owns it. And I'm not sure if the relinquishing of Willow Road is being studied or has been studied in the past, and it is a part of the TIF, which for me means that it would qualify. Unless I have a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think, and we can have staff come on. I think my understanding of what they were saying is that the necessary improvements were in wide scope. Partly there was the issue of ownership of the road. Partly there was sort of right away, the sense that like there would need to be some land acquisition. It seemed like that was being suggested with regards to the improvements. But I'll let staff chime in. I see Ms. Nagaya, the Public Works Director, has come on.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor and Mayor Combs. So I think the scope of what was studied in the transportation impact analysis did include the intersections of Willow and Ivy and Willow and Newbridge. So that part is correct. What we then do is compare the operations of those intersections with the project assumed to be in place. I apologize. The dog is here and my husband is out of the room. There's no one here to help me right now. Essentially, the level and so the intersections are then studied under the level of service requirements, and it's a vehicular metric. And so we're looking at the amount of added vehicle traffic, and essentially then the conclusions were that the added traffic from this particular development project did not kind of meet a certain threshold and then require additional improvements at the intersection of Willow and Ivy. So there are no improvements required at that intersection. There are improvements. So on the flip side, at Willow and Newbridge, the level of added traffic did trip that threshold, and there are improvements required. They're listed as condition UU2. It's on page L1 138 in the packet tonight. So there are additional improvements then required at Willow and Newbridge as part of the project.
So there will be there will be improvements on Willow in District 1 as part of the conditions of approval for this project.
Correct. That's condition UU2.
Okay. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Can you just like briefly describe what those improvements are, please? I just can't pull it up that quickly with the internet and all.
Sure. And I'm sorry, I have a couple monitors open, so I'm trying to look at the right screen here. So they're first of all, they're consistent with what's proposed in the transportation master plan. So the changes are to provide a leading left turn phase on Newbridge Street, and then change the order of the left turns to optimize the signal timing and provide kind of a lack of conflict with other vehicles and crossing pedestrians. I'm just skimming the rest of it to see if there's anything else. There may be other kind of ancillary changes that then come along with that as well. Striping changes, utility relocations, tree protection requirements, those types of things as well. But that's the basic improvement.
Thank you, Ms. Nagai. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So those are in the project, what you've just described.
They're required as a condition of approval for the project.
Okay, thank you. And is there ever any study of the pedestrians and bicyclists in the effect and how to optimize or just make it safer for them, for example, at this intersection? Or is it strictly looking at the vehicle traffic?
So our transportation impact analysis guidelines are requiring vehicle level of service review of the intersections. So when there's then a what's found to be an impact or an issue that trips the city's thresholds under the transportation impact analysis guidelines, then we recommend improvements to go along with it. We typically do a review for any secondary impacts to bicycles and pedestrians, but there's not a separate standalone review of all the intersections that are studied for purposes of pedestrian and bicycle circulation and safety. So I think that's what some of the Complete Streets commissioners who spoke tonight were asking for, because those regulations are not currently in our requirements. We do not have the discretion to add them in as we review development projects that have already filed their applications. So those regulations need to be on our books at the time that we're accepting the application in order for them to apply to these SB 330 projects.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, I mean, we obviously, this is just the first appeal tonight. I'd like to be moving towards at least seeing where the council is at on this. Is there a desire among anyone to make a motion? Councilmember Willison.
I have a few questions that will impact a motion, possible motion, but I need some clarification from staff. So I'm feeling, as I mentioned, I'm really uncomfortable with LOS being the driver in these guidelines. So what discretion do we have to not condition the approval on any of these LOS? Like, what are we losing? First of all, is it possible even TIF and no TIF to take out? And then what do we lose if we take them out? I know we lose. I'm really uncomfortable with our current TIA guidelines. So
I can try to address that one. If you choose to remove the intersection modifications that are in the TIF, what would happen is, rather than the applicant building those out, because those were already included in the TIF as requirements, what would happen is the city would still collect the TIF fee, but the city would then be responsible to implement those improvements. So it would essentially shift the requirement over to the city versus the applicant building it out for us.
can we just not do it? Decide that we don't want to do it?
So I'd have to bring in others to determine if that would be allowed or not.
Not do it and return the money, just to be clear what Councilmember Willison is proposing. So,
well, it also sounds like we could collect the money and then just not spend it on this. I have no idea.
I don't think we can do that, but
yeah, I actually think the city could take the TIF funds and spend it towards other TIF projects if there are desired changes there. But the intersections that were studied under the TIF that were recommended as part of the project would still remain on the books as future improvements along the way. But the money could be used towards other TIF projects, essentially.
Citywide?
That are prioritized, yes.
How do we get the project itself off the books? By modifying the TIA, the TIF?
The city would have to do a new nexus study. And we'd have to determine how much TIF funds remain eligible for the existing projects studied under the prior approved nexus study in TIF, and determine whether or not we could utilize former former collected TIF funds for new projects not studied in the original TIF. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that without looking at the actual language of the original Nexus study and TIF itself.
So I guess then, knowing what you know about my concerns,
Yeah.
what recommendation do you have to have the safest outcome? Because I hearing Ms. Nagaya speak about looking at secondary impacts, but not really looking at bike ped impacts, really, it just validated my concerns about only looking at vehicle delay.
Yeah, so from a high level conceptual perspective, the city can certainly elect to impose the TIF and require payment into the city's transportation impact fee and not require the developer to do the improvements itself. And as Mr. Smith said, the city could then analyze which improvements that have not been completed under the original TIF Nexus study it wants to complete with the TIF payments that are made by this developer. The piece that staff is going to need to speak to is whether or not these intersections in the TIF that are identified in this project's conditions of approvals for improvement need to be improved to meet any other city policies or transportation measures, and that I cannot speak to, but that's sort of the high level idea of an option you have to not improve these particular intersections in this particular manner right now. But you'll want to hear from your transportation staff to confirm that there aren't any other considerations regarding the need for those particular improvements. I'm going to stop talking now.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any other considerations that we would want to keep in mind that would trigger requirement of the improvements that are not in the transportation impact fee program. So I think if you would like to strike those conditions from the project approval documents, I think that's fine with staff as well.
Okay. And I just want to say, I remember because I was part of the TMP committee, and it was said that when the TMP specific projects were going to be done, there was going to be community outreach, and we were going to talk about it and make sure it was looking good. And I just feel like this did not follow that. And maybe it's because it involves the TIF or something. It's like, or a TIA guideline. I don't know how. I'm just so confused how this can happen without going to Complete Streets or having some kind of stakeholder involvement in this intersection. So I'd like to send this stuff back to Complete Streets. So that's, yeah. City Attorney Doherty, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, through the mayor, if you don't mind. The intersections did go through a full public scoping process when the TIF was adopted. So when the city conducted a Nexus study, approved the Nexus study, and approved the TIF fees based on that Nexus study, that's when all those intersections were studied and the projects were analyzed, the intersection projects were analyzed, and they were approved. I don't know if the Complete Streets Commission reviewed the Nexus study and fee. State law just requires the council to do it.
Yes.
But okay.
So I went back and started printing out all of the old TIF and TIA, the things from that meeting. And it specifically said there wasn't time for it to go to Complete Streets. So it skipped Complete Streets, which I think is why this is a huge issue for me. because I don't feel like it was vetted. I don't know if anyone actually read through the pages and pages and pages of, you would have had to, and I'm a complete street geek. I'm someone that cares about intersections, and it was overwhelming to even look at that document. So I don't know how people, when it wasn't even something imminent that was going to happen, interacted with that document. So I'm interested in revisiting this process. So, but I'm not comfortable with these. So, yeah, and then in terms of like the larger discussions we're having about Connect Menlo, what direction can we give staff to follow up on the strategic transportation concerns, the live, work, play, like where we're at? How do we put that into a motion, or do we just hope that it'll be followed up on?
Well, given staff capacity, I think that has to be followed up asynchronously, because it would just be whistling in the wind at this point, by saying we want something, but not looking at it in the context of staff capacity.
Okay. And yes, the pilot. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like we've spent a lot of time. I thought we kind of knew where we were, but now we've spent a lot of time sort of moving away from what the proposals were that Councilmember Taylor was focused on. So I really would like to try to focus in on those. And in terms of the what happens with the TIF or these mitigations, these traffic mitigations, it's something we can certainly all revisit later. But I really would like to really key in on what those issues were, those proposals were that Councilmember Taylor was focused on.
Well, at this point, I'm interested in motion, because the discussion has become kind of circular, and I don't know that anything sort of new has come up in the last like 45 minutes of this discussion. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just in the context of this public hearing, when the motion is made, we just include the request. Like, if I make a motion, I would like it to include an emergency evacuation plan. If I make a motion, do we do it that way, or is it make a motion to include the pilot with the project? A motion.
You can make a motion any way you want to, and then we'll go to the city attorney and make sure that it's legitimate. And if she says it's okay, then we're off to the races. If she says it needs to be tweaked, it needs to be tweaked. But yeah, you can make a motion to approve based on the additional, sort of conditions of approval, or based on these additional, aspects. And again, we'll go to the city attorney and see if that's a valid motion in this situation. And if so, we'll see if it's a second, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. And we don't need to revisit transportation because that has been resolved.
I think if you make a motion based on what's your priority, if someone has a different priority, then I'm sure we'll get a request for amendment to that motion, and we can take that up.
Okay.
And so I'll just say I don't know what has been resolved, and I'm not going to say that anything has been resolved at this point.
Okay. I know that there isn't a slide that has like bullets of each area that we'll go through. It's just the what is said, consider the two appeals. I would like to make a motion that we include in the mitigations that we look at Willow and Newbridge. I know it's on the list. It is a signal change and does not address pedestrian safety, and it has to. The second would be to look at Van Buren and Ringwood, considering the number of bicycle injuries there. The next would be Willow and Ivy, which has improvements that are already in the TMP, from my understanding, if I'm saying the right acronyms. this hour. The next is, so that's the transportation piece. Going to the climate, and I'm just looking at what I filed the PO based on, is considering a comprehensive sea level rise plan for District 1, which should include an evacuation plan, and I believe that that is a part of the local hazard mitigation plan. Something I did not say earlier in the motion, but just relinquishing Willow Road so that the city has more control over what happens in our city. Let's see, did I forget anything?
Now, while you're thinking, I was gonna, so City Attorney Doherty, it seems as though these are conditions that obligate the city to act or do something, and not necessarily the developer in this case. Are these things that we can put, or should these just be ordinances or resolutions that we pass for the city council to do separately?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Councilmember Taylor, are these proposed measures, are they direction to staff, or are they intended to be part of the approval of this project?
If it will make it happen, however it will make it happen. So if it's a part of the project, I'll take it that way. And I know that there are some conditions where it happens before you put the shovel in the ground. Some of them happen after occupancy. However, we'll make these improvements happen sooner. So I'm not sure if that's a legal question. Is that a conditions of approval, or is it direction for staff? But essentially it's how to make the improvements happen sooner. So if the project isn't going to be built until 3 years from now, then how to make the improvements happen sooner than 3 years.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I don't think we can condition the approval of this project on these elements. Like the sort of like this, what was one, like sort of the sea level rise plan, or I don't think that, I mean, that's, or even sort of, seeing if the state will, a comprehensive sea level rise, seeing if the state will relinquish Willow. Those activities don't necessarily involve this developer. And so, I mean, because it's a contract between us and a developer where we say you can do certain things, and we get stuff in return. And so, but like things like relinquishing Willow Road doesn't have anything to do with them. And so I'm assuming that they would object to adding things like that to this list. And it would be something separately to just direct staff to do. But we'll let the city attorney chime in.
Yeah, I agree. Relinquishing Willow Road is not, I'm not sure I know what relinquishing Willow Road entails, but assuming it involves the consent of a third party, then that's not a standard that we can impose at this point. As far as the 3 intersections that were referenced, I again would turn to staff, and if those intersections have been studied as a part of this project and there's a nexus between needing improvements at those intersections and the impacts of this project, then they are fair game. I think requiring the applicant to look at various intersections is probably not a feasible condition of condition of approval, that we require them to study or evaluate intersections that weren't identified as needing improvements, because again, they don't bear a nexus to the impacts of this project. And then as far as a comprehensive sea level rise plan, again, I think that is something that the city needs to adopt. The applicant cannot adopt. I mean, it's possible the applicant could pay for that plan, but drafting and approving that plan is a city mechanism.
Can I follow up? So just on the latter part, Ms. Doherty, is that I would be comfortable with that if the applicant, if it was possible for the applicant to actually pay for the sea level rise plan. The reason I bring it up is because the project will be built at height so that they don't flood, but the neighborhood is going to flood. And so something, to me, I see that as a mitigation, considering. And then the other piece, for all the Gray Star projects, and then the other piece is that the intersection at Van Buren and Ringwood is a path for kids to get to school. And so I'm not sure how to make it work, which is why we're talking about this, but just letting you know what I'm concerned about. And as far as relinquishing Willow, I think that's being studied in another EIR, but we can table that for now. I'm just looking to see what is possible based on the concerns that I've shared.
Yeah, so I think what I am hearing you say is you need some of these things pursued by the city. And so I'm going to ask our city manager to come on and please address that. These are functions that the applicant, that I do not know bear a direct nexus to this project alone, but likely stem from the massive development that's going on in District 1 and that is authorized under Connect Menlo. And so I think we need a little direction from staff on the feasibility of doing these things on a citywide basis as opposed to on a project-wide basis.
But I also want to stop before we go. I mean, again, back to like this project and what we're approving. Like, right, this isn't about giving staff general direction on these larger things. And so my Councilmember Taylor, maybe you're just a no vote, right? Because I don't want this to turn into something where we're proposing, I think, things that are illegitimate to this project. And so maybe it is that all of these things you want added, it's just not rational that they be added. And so you vote no. And that's fine. But I don't want to like sort of like encumber this discussion about this specific project into all of these larger things. Because I don't think that that's how we've noticed this. I don't think that that's been the nature of the engagement with the applicant. I don't think that that's standard practice. And I think it becomes incredibly problematic. I mean, that's general stuff that we agendize and we give direction to the city staff on. Not that we try to sort of back end into an appeal of a specific project. So what I really want to do is I want to see like, is there a motion here? Because I just think we're going in circles. Councilmember Mueller.
Mayor Combs, you know how much I respect you, but in this circumstance, I think it's clear from my colleagues that, I've served on council a long time, you served on the planning commission. I think partly the process that we're going through right now, though may seem at times Bucket's background material, I think the questions are legitimately being asked to determine whether or not it's something that could be considered this evening. And so for that reason, I personally don't want us to take this vote until my colleagues have answered in their minds that they spoke on every issue that they thought this evening could possibly relate to the approval, and got the definitive answer that it didn't before the vote took place, so that when they took the vote, whatever way they took it knowing full well what was within the realm of possible within the approval or not. And candidly, I think it's pretty clear this evening, based on the law and the record, that we will end up approving this project tonight. I just think the question is what goes into those conditions. And so I guess I'm just expressing to you, I have more.
But Councilmember Mueller, everything can't go into the conditions.
No,
like I can't put my Christmas list into the conditions, and I'm not going to sit up here and engage in a discussion that suggests that it can't, especially because it becomes an issue of diminishing returns as we're here all night discussing things that really can't legitimately be added.
But Mayor Combs, my point to you is it's evident to me that our colleagues don't know what can and can't be added. And so I would ask you to exercise the patience with them so that they can go ahead and list the things that they thought potentially could be added, and the city attorney can say yes or no. And once the list is exhausted, we will know what can and can't be added. Everyone doesn't have the same background on the planning commission nor the tenure on council to know what those things are or aren't that can't be added to the list.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So I have some questions about the transportation, but I'm wondering at this point if we might be able to take a dinner break, if that might be beneficial, or should I go ahead with my transportation questions?
Well, what are your transportation questions?
Good idea. Thank you. So my questions are to staff, and that is, we have two intersections that are in question, and those are the Willow and Gilbert and Willow and Coleman. What does it take to change those to Willow and Ivy and Willow and Newbridge? All four of those intersections were studied in the report. Obviously, two of them staff felt had more of a nexus, but is there enough nexus with the Ivy and Newbridge to put those forward?
Well, I thought did not Willow and Ivy, the public works director said that there was going to be some changes. There was an intersection in
at Menlo and Newbridge. There are some changes, but they're primarily they're vehicle driven, and the concern is around pedestrians. So perhaps I just answered my own question that was not studied, but is there a way to get that in?
Thanks, Vice Mayor Nash. So in the context of switching the required improvements, we cannot in good faith recommend that follows the city's guidelines. The transportation impact analysis guidelines are very specific in how we identify the scope of any needed modifications according to the city's adopted policies. And so we cannot recommend that we switch improvement measures from one intersection to another, because what we found when we did the transportation impact analysis that looked at all the intersections, including Willow and Ivy and Willow and Newbridge, was that the scope of the recommended improvements were identified in the conditions already. So in the case of Willow and Ivy, there may be other modifications that the council wants to direct staff to pursue as follow-up projects. There are improvements that are identified in the transportation master plan, but whether or not they're appropriate for a condition on this particular project, we have to follow our adopted transportation impact analysis guidelines. And I hear many of you loud and clear that you want to change those as part of the comments tonight. But in terms of this project and where we are with the TIA guidelines being a regulation that's on the books now, and this being an SB 330 project, we can't retroactively modify those guidelines in order to then change the required conditions that the developer is subject to construct. As I said, you can direct staff to pursue projects. We will have to come back with proposals in how to fund, deliver, construct those improvements, and prioritize them in the context of the other things that are in our capital improvement program currently. But they cannot be conditioned as a part of this project, is my understanding of CEQA law and how our analyses typically are done for development projects.
And so I assume that is also true that Van Buren and Ringwood, which has been, it is known to be, it's in county documents as one of, I think it might have even been the worst bike intersection for accidents. And the fact that students and families from the Gray Star projects will be using that bike bridge to access the school and other community activities. The fact that that is because it was not studied, we don't have a process for studying bike ped. Is there any way to include that, given that in my mind is directly related to the project? I know that that's not good enough.
Right. So the intersection of Van Buren and Ringwood may have students traveling through it between this housing project and MA High School. I think the challenge is the scope of the intersection analysis that's done for a transportation impact study as part of a development project looks at intersections that are potentially impacted by vehicular level of service. And so what I said earlier stands, that we don't review all of those intersections to identify the pedestrian bicycle improvements that may be desired, unless there are other vehicle level of service impacts identified with the development project traffic being added. We do look at bicycle and pedestrian circulation closer into the project to make sure that the site access and circulation functions around the project, but that's very, very directly around the project itself and not miles or half mile away, where Ringwood and Van Buren would be farther away.
I mean, very honestly, it's just sort of counterintuitive to me, because we're looking at intersections that are further than that for vehicles, but we're not doing that for bike peds. So realizing that we need to modify our process procedures to do that would be something definitely to put on the list of things that need to be revisited soon, please. Realizing that we also have many other things, but I think that given the amount of development that is happening in the Bayfront area, that's something that really we need to be looking at, and especially because as we get more SB 330 projects, it would be nice to have things on the book so that they actually are covered, rather than getting into this long discussion where there's not much that really can be done. And so. So lacking anything else, actually, Councilmember Taylor, did you want to do anything or at this point, or otherwise I will go ahead and make a motion.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. So I would like to move that we approve the Uptown project, and that it's we add the pilot agreement, and I would just, as I'm very happy to take any other friendly amendments to that. I don't personally have any others, but I also want to just really strongly say that there's a number of issues which Councilmember Taylor and Councilmember Willison. Well, actually, many have been mentioned tonight, and that we really need to take a strong look at a council meeting soon.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Councilmember Willison, I don't.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Vice Mayor Nash, would you entertain a friendly amendment around the intersection improvements?
So actually, yes, especially if it is to send it to Complete Streets for a look.
So I might need help from the city attorney, but I believe there's two categories of intersection improvements. There are non-TIF, and those we could take out and separately send away, but then we would be on our own for those. And then there's the TIF ones, where this is where I'm confused. I think there's two options with the TIF ones. One is because they're kind of in those objective standards, that we need to move forward with the TIF ones. The other thing is collect the money and then figure out if there's something else that the money could be used on if it turns out we don't want to use it on those. But I don't know, that's where I'm confused. And so City Attorney Doherty, if you could clarify that.
Sure. So you're right about the non-TIF part. With the TIF funds, the city adopted an impact fee that applies to all projects, all development within the city. In order to adopt that impact fee, the city had to do a nexus study. And the nexus study was also approved along with the adoption of the impact fee. And the nexus study studied all the improvements that were needed in the city to be done and that would be done with collection of the impact fee. The Complete Streets Commission does not have the authority under state law to undo the nexus study or to undo any piece of the impact fee that was already adopted and approved by the city council. So this project is going to be assessed at the transportation impact fee. And the question is, does the council want the developer to do the improvements that its impact fee funds itself? Or does this council want the city to do the improvements that the developer is going to pay for when they pay for the impact fee? Now, I do not know if there are other TIF projects that could feasibly be done by the city, meaning like the city actually does the capital improvements itself, that are different than the ones proposed along with approval of the project tonight. And Ms. Nagai would have to speak to that. But either way, the applicant is getting assessed the TIF, and the TIF can be used for the projects that were studied in the Nexus study and nothing else, no matter who reviews it. Complete Streets Council, nobody else can change that. And that is the law under Government Code 66,000 and the rest of the Mitigation Fee Act.
And to City Attorney Doherty's point and question about his staff moving forward with implementation of projects that are funded by the TIF, our typical process is that we would not lead a design and construction process unless the project is identified in the capital improvement program documents, which the council has the authority and sets our priorities through that exercise each year. So we would not be, delivering construction of a project in the TIF unless the council includes it as part of the adopted CIP as part of the budget process. And that's where the city-led projects, you at an earlier point tonight about the outreach process and the community engagement process. If the city leads construction project, we would then engage with community members as part of that process once it's included in the CIP. and funded with TIF funds.
Okay, that was really helpful. I think I know this is a Christmas comment to Mayor Combs's point, but I really want to relook at the TIA guidelines. I think this is just going to keep coming back and again and again and again and again, because we're going to have so many projects coming through with the housing element. This seems like urgent to me, among all the other things that are urgent in the city. But I guess for TIF, fine, let's move forward. I'm not going to mess with the TIF. The non-TIF ones, I guess this comes down to whether we just take it out of the conditions of approval, or like Mr. Marcos said, he'd be open to a, a use permit modification. So Mayor Combs, I mean, Vice Mayor Nash, I think you know what I want to do. So it's 6 dozen half. So I'll defer to you as the motion maker. Ha ha ha.
So I would leave it in and have it reviewed and then pull it out after, if that's appropriate. And I also wanted to just say something to the Sequoia Union High School District. I appreciate what Councilmember Mueller has already added, and with the meeting, and just feel again like we're in between a rock and a hard place with SB 330 and SB 50 and what we can do. So
Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to note in the motion that the meeting will be taking place, between them. So that's it.
Okay. So we have a motion, Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, then I would like to put in the motion that we will look at the non-TIF and potentially do a conditional use permit if needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so were you adding that amendment or addendum and seconding the motion also?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So then
through the mayor.
See Attorney Doherty, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that we get pretty specific with our revisions this evening. So I have a proposed condition of approval regarding the pilot agreement and that I drafted, which I will read into the record. And I'd like staff to pull up the conditions that are being revised and actually reference them in the record. And these are the Willow and Coleman, and now I can't remember, but I would like to actually state on the record which of those conditions are being revised. And
so Mayor, I'd prefer all non-TIF related items to be in that category. So like I said, I focused on those two because they're the ones I'm most familiar with, but all the ones that are non-TIF would potentially have some type of review, if possible.
Councilmember Mueller, your hand is up. Are you, is that a holdover, or did you have something you want to add?
My sincere apologies.
Okay. No. And so City Attorney Doherty, are you saying that like this sort of blanket non-TIF conditions of approval is not acceptable? You want them actually sort of all clearly sort of delineated, which are the intersections that we are saying there could possibly be some later review of?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So back to Councilmember Willison.
This is where I'm trying to refer to some communications between staff and I apologize. I haven't had dinner and I'm getting a little lightheaded here. I'm going to ask either Mr. Chen or Mr. Smith or Ms. Nagaya. Hi.
Hello.
Help me.
So the intersections that are non-TIF improvements would be, under the near term, it's Willow Road and Coleman Avenue, and Willow Road and Gilbert Avenue, And under the cumulative scenario, it would be Chrysler Drive and Jefferson Drive, Chilco Street and Bayfront Expressway, and Chilco Street and Constitution Drive.
Thank you for saving me there.
And then the actual, just where what we're doing is we're saying that this will be reviewed later, right? We're not necessarily saying that these projects won't be part. We're not removing the condition of approval. What we're just saying is that we're adding an extra sort of process, of which we then may say, you know, no dice. Does that work for you, City Attorney Doherty?
It does. I will read something into the record
Okay.
that reflects that, and then Councilmember Wallison, if you would please just make sure that I stated your intent correctly. But I'm not ready to read it yet. I'm still drafting.
Okay, no, totally fair. And just to be clear, we will obviously vote on this. We will vote on the other appeal. These meetings do now count under SB 330. And so it is necessary that there be a vote on both items. As City Attorney Doherty, if you want, we can take our dinner break now and then, or no, are you ready to go? Whatever works for you.
Give me one more minute. We're gonna get to the end of this. Just 1 minute.
Okay, no, take two if you need it, but just, yeah, okay. Councilmember Mueller?
Oh,
Well, I just wanted to say good work to my colleagues. That's all. It was a tough one to get through, so that's all.
Great. I'm ready, Mr. Mayor, with 2 additional conditions of approval for consideration in the motion.
Sure, please go.
Okay, so the first is a condition of approval regarding intersections that would read, all conditions of approval mandating improvements to the following intersections will remain as drafted in the conditions of approval, but may, at a time determined by the City Council, be analyzed and potentially removed from the approved conditions of approval. If the City Council does not analyze and/or remove said conditions of approval, the applicant shall continue to be bound by the existing conditions of approval regarding the following intersections: Willow Road and Coleman Avenue, Willow Road and Gilbert Avenue. Those are the near-term conditions. Those are near-term. Cumulative scenario, Chrysler Drive and Jefferson Drive, Chilco and Bayfront Expressway, and Chilco and Constitution Drive. Okay, if that meets the council's approval, I'll move on to a condition of approval regarding the proposed pilot agreement, which would read as follows. Prior to issuance of the first building permit, the applicant shall enter into a payment in lieu of taxes agreement, a pilot agreement with the City of Menlo Park, and shall record the executed pilot agreement in the San Mateo County Recorder's Office. The pilot agreement shall require that in the event owner or any of its operators or lessees or their successors or assigns applies for and is granted a welfare exemption pursuant to Section 214 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code, or any successor provision or any other exemption from the payment of real or personal property taxes of any nature, owner shall pay annually to the city a payment in lieu of taxes in an amount equal to the portion of the real and personal property tax levy the city would have received but for the exemption, as determined by the city, and is increased annually by the amount permitted under the provisions of Article 8A, Section 2 of the California Constitution. The pilot agreement shall run with the land. And so any motion that's on the table would be made subject to the addition of those two conditions of approval.
Good. And we have a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Willison. And so there is the City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So we do have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Willison to uphold the Planning Commission certification of a final EIR report and approval of use permit, architectural control, BMR housing agreement, community amenities, operating covenant for the Menlo Uptown project, including adoption of the referenced resolutions and the conditions of approval as entered into the record by our City Attorney, Nira Doherty. And then we did have a friendly amendment from City Council Member Mueller related to the meeting to be scheduled between Gray Star and the Sequoia Union High School District. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
No.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor dissenting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. With that, we will take a 15-minute break and come back at 10:15.
Welcome back, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Having all members return to our virtual dais, Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And so we're going to have to redo the motion from the last agenda item out of an abundance of caution that it included everything that it needed to include in the exact right language. And so I'm going to ask the city attorney and the city clerk to come on both, so then we can walk through this together and make sure we get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Clerk, I'm realizing that I don't believe the motion that you read into the record was indeed the recommendation motion that was before the City Council. And if that's the case, that the motion that you read was likely not the intended motion of the City Council. So I will ask to just clarify for the record that the intended motion of the City Council was the recommendation on page 1 of the staff report, which I'll read into the record shortly. And that motion was made subject to the 2 additional conditions of approval that I previously read into the record. And Mr. Mayor, if it's acceptable, perhaps we could just ask the motion maker and the second to just let us know that that was their intended motion, and I can just clarify it for the record. Okay. So the motion that was made by Councilmember Nash, seconded by Wallison, was adoption of resolution number 6660, making the required findings per the California Environmental Quality Act and certifying the final EIR that analyzes the potential environmental impacts of the proposed project, adopt an associated mitigation monitoring reporting program, and makes the requisite CEQA findings. The second part of the motion was to adopt resolution 6661, denying the appeal of the Sequoia Unified School District, upholding the Planning Commission's approval of and approving a use permit, architectural control, below market rate housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant, and also denying the appeal or call up of the City Council of the project. The third piece of the motion was to adopt resolution number 6662, approving a vesting tentative map for a major subdivision to create 42 condominium townhome units and adjust the lot lines of 3 existing parcels on site. That is all. And that the resolution 6661 was amended to add the 2 conditions of approval that I read into the record approximately 25 minutes ago.
Okay, and so do you want to call the vote, City Clerk Karen?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Willison and I guess for, oh yes, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I was reading along with it, and I just wanted to confirm that we don't need that last bit, locating 2 apartment buildings on individual partner parcels.
We don't need that, and okay. We don't need another vote. I'm just clarifying
okay.
the record on this.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Thank
you. Did I hear you mention the meeting between the Sequoia Union High School District? So, and there'll be a meeting between the Sequoia Union High School District and Gray Star.
I think that is direction to Gray Star and the school district, but we're not changing the conditions of approval, is my understanding. And I don't actually know that we can really change the motion at this point. The motion has been made and there would be like a reconsideration, but I'm really just clarifying the record for the purposes of ensuring that it's clear for the record that the 2 appeals were denied.
Miss Attorney Doherty, it was in the original motion. It was.
Oh, I see. My apologies. Okay. then yes, that's still a part of it. My apologies, Councilmember Mueller.
Okay. Thanks for making sure we got that right, City Attorney Doherty. With that, we'll move on to the second public hearing of the meeting. It's to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission certification of the final environmental impact report, and approval of a use permit, architectural control, below market rate housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant, and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve a public utilities easement abandonment for the proposed Menlo Portal project with 335 multifamily dwelling units and approximately 34,499 square foot office space, which includes approximately 1,600 square feet of non-office commercial space located at 115 Independence Drive and 104 and 110 Constitution Drive. Here to introduce the item is Principal Planner Payal Bhagat.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, community members. I just wanted to do a mic check and see if everybody can hear me. Seeing not, thank you. Just give me a second while I share my screen. Just want to confirm that everybody can see my screen.
No, we're still seeing the agenda item. Try now.
How about now?
Yes, we're seeing it in edit view. So just go full screen. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The project before this evening is to consider an appeal made to the Planning Commission's decisions and request to review the public utilities easement abandonment for the Menlo Portal project. The 3.2 acre project site is located in the Bayfront area. The project site is located south of the Bayfront Expressway, east of Marsh Road, and is depicted in this picture with the red box or L-shaped box. The zoning on the site is R-MU-B, which is residential mixed use bonus. The project is proposing a bonus level development with 335 apartment units and approximately 34,500 square feet of office space. Part of the apartment units, 48 units would be allocated as affordable housing, affordable to very low and moderate income households. Of the 35,500 square foot of office building, the project is proposing to use approximately 1,600 square feet as a childcare facility. Being a bonus level development, this facility would be considered the community amenity for the project. With the 1,600 square foot of indoor space, the project is also proposing an external outdoor play area for the childcare facility, totaling about 2,100 square feet. Additionally, part of the community amenity, the project is proposing to allocate money for tuition subsidies in the amount of $2 million and pay a one-time in lieu fee of $3.77 million towards community amenities in the area. Additionally, the project community amenities proposal includes the ability for the applicant to pay the community amenity in lieu fee in full of a total of approximately $9.4 million and in lieu of providing the childcare facility on site. Similar to the Uptown project that you reviewed, this project was also submitted under the SB 330 statute which limits the public hearings to a maximum of 5 hearings. Today's hearing is considered to be the 5th and the final hearing on the project. Details of the different public hearings held for the project are included in the staff report prepared for tonight on page L-2.4. So the Planning Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on August 9th, where the Commission certified the final EIR and adopted the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program prepared for the project. The Commission also approved the conditional use permit, architectural control permit, Bmr housing agreement, and the community amenities operating covenant. Finally, the Commission made a recommendation that the City Council approve the public utilities easement abandonment request. On August 24th, staff received an appeal from Sequoia Union High School District, appealing the Planning Commission's decisions of August 9th. This appeal was received in a timely manner. Similar to the meeting format for Menlo Uptown that you recently reviewed, staff has prepared a similar meeting format for this meeting tonight. It's just in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat myself. But after this presentation, I will turn it over to the mayor so that he can move the meeting forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pagad. So now I'll recognize Greystar Senior Development Director Andrew Marcos to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I will share my screen. Jeez. Looks like I can't do that. Good evening again, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and City Council members. Again, my name is Andrew Morcos, Senior Development Director for Greystar and Menlo Park. I will try to keep this quick, but I want to present Menlo Portal, a summary of the project, and I'll end by summarizing our responses to the appeal. Menlo Portal is located between Independence and Constitution Drive, just east of Marsh Road in the Bayside area of Menlo Park. We've worked on this project since July of 2019. On this project, we held 2 in-person community meetings and many one-on-one discussions regarding the project. As is the case with Menlo Uptown, Menlo Portal is 100% compliant with the city's objective standards. It includes 335 apartment units, 35,000 square feet of commercial office space on 3.2 acres. It includes 48 homes to be below market rate, which will be located on site. The community amenity consists of childcare space plus build out costs and startup operating funds for all 5, a childcare provider that is accredited by the NAYCE accreditation, and it also includes 3.8 million that will go to the city's in Luffy fund, which is inclusive of a 10% administrative fee. For this project, we have approximately 10,000 square feet of publicly accessible open space, which is 10% more than is required. There is connectivity through the site, connecting Independence to Constitution, and environmentally similar to Uptown, it is achieving some of the most ambitious environmental standards in the country. As far as the community amenity, the city and the appraiser determined the community amenity associated with this project is 8.55 million. Early childhood education was identified as on the community amenity list, and we've worked with all 5, as I said, a National Association for the Education of Young Children accredited institution. And as far as I know, the only institution that is accredited with that designation in the Belhaven area already. The community amenity consists of build out space and startup funds for all 5, and it also provides 3.8 million that will go to cities in Luffy fund. We do retain the ability, as the planner said, to fund the entire community amenity, inclusive of the required administrative fee, if we select to do so before building permit. Important to note that childcare facility per the covenant is required to give priority to Bellhaven residents for the children and also for the employees that would work there. Here's our proposed BMR mix. It includes 48 below market rate homes, and they're distributed throughout the project and indistinguishable from the market rate homes. As with Uptown, BMR rents are capped at 75% of market rate rent. Here are some renderings of the project from Marsh Road. The foreground is the office and the background is the multifamily building. Here you'll see it straight on from north to south, approximately facing from Constitution facing Independence, with the office on the right and the multifamily on the left. And this is the publicly accessible open space with the office on the left and childcare facility and the residential building on the right. Finally, the Sequoia appeal is substantially the same to Uptown, but I will go through it quickly. We agree with the city's analysis that the project EIR adequately analyzes project impacts. We affirm that Tide Academy was considered in the EIR and environmental impacts were deemed to be less than significant. Menlo Portal is within the Connect Menlo general plan, of course, and the programmatic level study further confirms that it has less than significant environmental impact. Connect Menlo also studied the cumulative impact on Sequoia facilities, and as far as transportation impacts, the EIR concludes that impacts are less than significant. Lastly, I'll just reiterate the claim that Sequoia will lose money is incomplete and doesn't consider the context that Sequoia's own budget from fiscal year 2020 to 2021 shows enrollment is declining by 1,165 students. And as a reminder, this project will deliver in 2023 and 2024. So there will be, this project will only increase enrollment slightly relative to that number. Finally, we really appreciate the community, commissions, and city council's attention to this project. We hope that our earnest attempt to work with the city and community to build this project that everyone can be proud of is clear to city council. With that, thank you, and we look forward to any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marcos, for the presentation. I'll now turn and recognize Sequoia Union High School District Legal Counsel Harold Freeman and the Sequoia Union High School District Board President Alan Sarver.
Thank you. In the interest of taking less time rather than more, I would like to incorporate the comments that I made in the first hearing. I recognize that the council feels very much that they are trapped into the situation without much choice about approval at this point in both of these issues, that the developers have met the letter of the guidelines that were laid out at the time, and that a lot of the work ahead of you is becoming more strategic in the guidelines going forward as we see this emerging tip of the iceberg of development that we've talked about. We also appreciate that the action was taken to make it conditional that there be a meeting between the Sequoia District and Gray Star, and hope for at least that recommendation again as part of this cycle, and further that as we take a more strategic view overall, that the voices of the school community be much more actively engaged earlier in the process of future projects, so that we don't come to a point at the end of the project of asking to be heard, but to be sure that we're part of the conversation throughout the process. I think it was also raised in the first discussion that several of the K-8 districts under Sequoia's high school umbrella are also impacted. And it's clearly important that the Menlo Park, Ravenswood, and Redwood City schools that feed into this area need to be kept whole in this development process as well, and included in conversations. But the Sequoia district is very definitely interested in being engaged and being heard. And with that, I let our legal counsel add any more specifics.
Thank you, Board President. As Mr. Sarver did, I will incorporate my comments to try to save some time for you. I know it's getting late tonight, so I do incorporate both the comments we've submitted in writing and the earlier verbal comments from the Menlo Uptown discussion. There were a few issues that I did want to touch bases on in addition to that, because we work with public agencies across the state in my firm, and we often feel these pressures when we get to this point, at the city council level, where you feel you have no choice between SB 330 and SB 50 that we talked about previously regarding school impact fees. And we've had great success around the state, working with city councils, working with city attorneys, engaging in dialogue early on to really come to a common understanding of where the limits are on what you can do and what you can't do. And I think specifically of one city where after Senate Bill 50 passed in 1998, this is the one that we talked about earlier, addressing school impact fees. I was practicing at that point with school districts, and a city took the position, well, we can't do anything else now. And we had a series of meetings between the attorneys, between the city attorney and the district's legal counsel, came to a common understanding that the board adopted, and the district and the board or city council were able to come with an understanding of where their rights stopped and what could be done. Regarding the Chawanakee case, I know it's a hard name to say, and don't even ask me to spell it. I want to emphasize again, what we take away from that case, and I do think we read it differently than your city attorney. What we take away from that case is you can't simply say that SB 50 ended the discussion, and you can't address impacts on schools outside of the issue of overcrowding. All these issues we've talked about with traffic, noise, et cetera. And it's important to recognize that the city approved an EIR in that case, the city of Madeira, and the court struck it down on these grounds. The city lost that lawsuit. And our hope is to keep cities from walking into that same situation again. I think the early dialogue the board president encourages can definitely help us avoid those kinds of conflicts. There's another technical issue that I wanted to raise, which is around SB 330. We are not in agreement, and frankly, we were not in agreement with the Menlo Uptown project either, that this should constitute your fifth hearing within the meaning of the statute. SB 330 spells out in some detail in section 65905.5 of the government code what constitutes a hearing and what doesn't constitute a hearing towards this 5 hearing count. As far as what you've been through so far, the 5 that are listed, there was a planning commission hearing and study session to consider the draft EIR, which we view as a Sequoia related action. It was nothing beyond the Sequoia. It was not a consideration of the entitlements for the project. There were no other actions taken. As we read SB 330, that does not count as one of the 5 hearings against you, and it's purely a Sequoia hearing that doesn't have other approvals involved. The second that you list is the Housing Commission hearing on BMR review, which frankly we would need to know more about to see how it fits in the statutory definition. So that's a bit of a question mark for me right now. The third one was the City Council's intent to abandon a public utility easement, which by definition is a legislative act, which SB 330 exempts from being included in the count of the 5 hearings. So we've now eliminated 2 of the 5 and possibly a third. Clearly, the Planning Commission hearing that last took place where the project was approved by the Planning Commission, that counts as a hearing. Tonight counts as a hearing. So we think your count is somewhere between 2 and 3. And frankly, we thought the same for the prior project as well. One of the problems with SB 330 is it's easy to go to a place of thinking you can do nothing. You have no discretion. The state has spoken. I was encouraged to hear the city council on the last item for Menlo Uptown talking about what you can do in preparation for the next projects that come along to be able to still have a voice in these public policy decisions. We think there's still room for that here. And frankly, if you made our meeting with Greystar a condition of approval, or if you put this meeting off until the next, until that meeting could happen, we believe that's all within your rights under SB 330 as it's defined. And I also would note, as far as what happens if 5 hearings happen and you don't take action, there has been no determination anywhere in the state that that is an automatic approval of a project. And there's a pretty decent legal argument that one can mount that inaction can't constitute approval. That is an open question. I believe the city attorney noted earlier, it's a bit of a gray area. But we are not of the belief that you automatically approve, even if this were the 5th hearing tonight, if you didn't take action. So we would still encourage you, to have us engage in those discussions in Greystar, with Greystar in a meaningful way. There was an earlier discussion I noted. I know that the representative for Greystar indicated there was some prior to that. If those indeed happen, the fact is they bore no fruit. Nothing came out of those meetings. A great deal more comes out when we all work cooperatively with each other, which is our goal. That said, we certainly would welcome the opportunity to meet with Greystar again, particularly knowing that they have yet another project in the pipeline. And so maybe there's an opportunity to start discussing Menlo Flats as well as we go through this. And I want to leave this because, again, I'm not going to repeat the arguments that we went through earlier, just with one last observation, which is you heard comments from members of the public. There's a moment where common sense comes into play. Even under Sequoia, there's moments where common sense comes into play. You cannot build these projects where you are building them and not have an impact on the schools and the school kids. And there's a certain point where Sequoia recognizes that the observations, for example, of neighbors and community members is valid Sequoia evidence. You've heard tonight, and I'm hoping you will hear tonight more from the public, the concerns that they have about the safety of these school kids, which is a major, major issue for us. We hope that you'll listen to that. We hope that that goes into the record and that the City Council will carefully consider whether it is truly necessary to move forward tonight or not. And thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman and Board President Sarver. With that, we'll return back to Principal Planner, Ms. Bagat.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will share my screen for the presentation one more time. So the full responses to the points that were pointed out in the appeals document submitted to the city are included in your staff report, starting from page L-2.9 through page L-2.13. But just to summarize, staff finds that the Planning Commission is the acting body on the use permit, architectural control, Bmr housing agreement, and the community amenities covenant based on the city's municipal code. Staff also finds that the Connect Menlo final EIR and the project's final EIR did consider Tide Academy in the physical environmental setting and analysis. Further, staff finds that SB 50 considers payment of the school impact fee to be full and complete as mitigation for the purposes of California Environmental Quality Act. Staff finds that the final EIR addresses indirect impacts to school from transportation, air quality, noise, and other topics. And finally, the fiscal impact analysis conducted for the project is not a requirement under Sequoia. However, therefore, its results are not related to the physical impacts of the environment that require mitigation. The fiscal impact analysis was done to inform the members of the community and the decision makers of the impacts of the project based on a general plan policy. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's actions on the project by adopting 3 resolutions. The first resolution would be to certify the final environmental impact report and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program by adopting the Sequoia findings. The second resolution would be to approve the use permit, architectural control permit, below market rate housing agreement, and the community amenities covenant. And the final resolution would be to approve the utility easement abandonment and find it consistent with the general plan. All these actions will be subject to conditions of approval that are included in your packet as attachment B, Exhibit H. And with that, I conclude my presentation and will be available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pagat, and want to recognize that this is your first presentation before council. It's a late one to be your first one, but definitely welcome, and obviously it's clear you did lots of good work on this. With that, I'll turn back to Board President Sarver and Mr. Freeman.
Again, I will cede to Mr. Friedman to address this.
Yeah, and again, we know it's late. We don't want to belabor the process. Again, we'll stand on the record that's been submitted. Our position has not changed from the extensive written documents we submitted. I would just reiterate again the hope, and I think you're hearing it loud and clear from me, from the board president, that the hope really is that we can coordinate more on these issues moving forward. And still, I have hope that we potentially can continue to coordinate even in relation to this project, Menlo Portal, because of our different interpretation of what number meeting that you're on. And with that, unless the board president has anything to add, we will rest with what we've submitted to date.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll bring on, just trying to make sure, I'll bring on the city clerk to call for public comment, or to open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And before we do that, just doing a quick time check. By acclamation, are we going to be extending our meeting past 11? Yes. All right, wonderful, thank you. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item L2, which is the consideration of an appeal for the Menlo Portal project, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. You and our first public speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening again. I want to make it clear that I'm not against childcare, but the comment I did make to the Planning Commission when this came up, and I don't remember the date, was about having half go to all 5 and the other half would go to into the in lieu fee fund. And I just wanted to be clear that the presentation and recommendation reflected that, because it was my understanding that that was the vote from the Planning Commission, but I could be mistaken. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item L2 related to Menlo Portal. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. I'll actually kick off the questions with the question for the school district. And maybe this is information that I shouldn't know or has been stated somewhere. Did you guys also oppose any of the Gray Star projects in Redwood City? If so, what was the context of that opposition? If not, Can you explain a little bit why such a contentious relationship between you and the developer and Menlo Park didn't also materialize itself in Wetwood City?
I'm happy to answer that. We did submit all of the same comments, spoke at public meetings. It was exactly parallel to what you see here. The relationship is essentially the same from city to city. The district has been consistent, so they submitted all of the same extensive types of comments.
Okay, thanks for that additional information, making the situation even more so disappointing, right, that you have such a large developer across the high school district, and there hasn't been an ability to sort of come to some agreement or compromise. Any additional questions for staff or for Mr. Marcos or for the school board, the school district? Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to, I guess this is a question for our city attorney, to see, it sounds like the Sequoia Union High School attorney would be interested in meeting to discuss maybe some of these different interpretations of some of these laws and whatnot, and if that's something you would be open or would advise us, if you think that would be a good idea.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I did reach out to Mr. Freeman prior to the hearing, thinking it would be a good idea to speak before it. He didn't have an opportunity to get back to me, but I'm more than happy to have that discussion post-hearing as well.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this is a question for Mr. Marcos. I know it's late and you've been going through a lot. Related to, I guess, Ms. Jones's questions about the childcare, that slide kind of flashed by, and I think there was something about like, we reserve the right to, I just want to make sure I understood the community amenity, and if the childcare and the in lieu is that going to happen, or there's something where that might not happen? Can you just elaborate on that slide?
Yeah, of course. So the Planning Commission chose a community amenity which combines the space build up and $2 million of startup operations for childcare facility intended to be operated by all five. In addition, it includes 3.77 or 3.8 million in funds that would go to the city's in lieu fee fund. Separately, there is a provision that allows Greystar for this project to pay 100% of the community amenity plus 10% administrative fee, totaling 9.4 million if we make that determination prior to building permit. And that is due to the recent addition to the community amenity list from the City Council.
Now you're refreshing my memory about that possibility. I mean, you don't have to share this, but is your intention to do the childcare? I just want to make sure that there's expectations are set. If not, if you can speak to that at all, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if there's anything you want to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it was a push to get the childcare in this project, and we think it's a good use for this project in this space. Our intent is to try to get it to work, but we, for this particular project, really need the ability to have the flexibility, if needed, to pay the in lieu fee 100%.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. And I do want to say there were, I think, 3 letters that came in to City Council from different childcare organizations really appreciating that community amenity. I think we all know how hard it is to have childcare, so thank you. And then my last question, it wouldn't be me if I wasn't asking about the TIF and transportation. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not going to go over the whole thing again, but I am asking staff to confirm that the non-TIF, I guess this is I don't know if Ms. Bagat or if she followed along the last conversation, but that the non-TIF related modifications could have a similar motion. And I think that those are, oh, I have it somewhere. And maybe Mr. Chen can come on in transportation and rescue me right now. Oh, I think it's Bayfront and Chrysler and the turn pocket on Jefferson that are not part of the TIF, so that those could have kind of that same category wording that Ms. Doherty put together. So confirming that those are the two non-TIF related items.
Yes, those are the two non-TIF related items in the conditions of approval. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly we can add the similar condition to this project as well.
Okay,
similar to Uptown.
Thank you. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for the City Council? If not, we can transition into just providing comments if there are no additional questions. Councilmember Willison and then Vice Mayor Nash.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot was said during Uptown. I want to let Sequoia know that I read every one of their letters at each stage of the process. Very consistent, by the way. And I appreciate their concerns, and I do look forward to developing those relationships. And I would appreciate it if our city attorney and the Sequoia attorney met. I think that could be a really good thing. I also, just because we're kind of zooming through Portal and not spending the 4 hours that we spent on Uptown, I don't want to diminish the impact of this project and how massive it is, or think that for all of the people that made comment on Uptown that we don't think it applies to Portal as well in terms of the history of development in District 1 and whatnot. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. But my things that I would be looking for are putting the pilot in again and having the TIF, the non-TIF items be in that motion. And then I guess to Councilmember Mueller to, again, requesting that meeting take place. It sounds like it can't be a technical condition of approval, but making that ask. So those are my comments, but thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. And you mentioned right now the school district's legal counsel and the city attorney meeting. Earlier, did you mention something about like a connection between members of the school district board and city council?
Thank you. I appreciate you clarifying. I think maybe I would like to perhaps Mayor Combs, since you and I are Brown acted on this, perhaps you and I can follow up with the city manager and the city attorney and figure out the best way kind of moving forward with a relationship and whether it's staff to staff, kind of elected to elected, lawyer to lawyer, I'm not sure. But I was just reflecting on the immediate ask of the lawyer to lawyer meeting on this project.
Totally fair. And is there, and sorry if someone said this and I missed it, is there an official sort of council liaison to the school district?
I am a school district liaison. And then I know you and I are Brown acted, which is why I keep roping you
Okay.
into it.
Okay.
If you and I don't want to Brown Act on housing, then I can maybe find another. But I understand that Sequoia Union High School has these, they're kind of like Brown Act buddies. They have a term for it where they have like counterparts in different school districts and electeds that they meet with. So that was just the idea.
Okay, totally fair. Yeah, and just sort of definitely highlighting. I mean, it can be me, not be me, but maybe this does suggest that there needs to be greater discussion between school board members and city council members. Just as one sort of outcome of this process.
Yeah, and I had met with, I did reach out to every Sequoia Union school board member at, a few months, like earlier this year, and I met with 3 of them. So I have attempted to establish a lot of those relationships. It's hard on every project, especially since I knew we had been hearing from them. So again, establishing when it's appropriate for electeds versus staff versus attorneys, I think clarifying those relationships and those paths of communication is a good thing to do.
Okay, cool. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just want to actually thank the applicant and the appellant. And then also I have the same comments that I did on the previous project that I will not repeat. And then as far as the community amenity, just went back to the list to read actually the language there. And it just says education improvements in Belhaven, improvements to the quality of student education and experience in Belhaven. And I don't believe that the child care fits that bill. I do support giving maybe half of the amenity to the child care, but I don't see residents here driving over to the building in M2 to get childcare. I don't see that happening. And so I don't know if someone else has any information that would say different. I just want to make sure that if this is going to be classified as a community amenity, that it is an actual community amenity and not necessarily an on-site community amenity for the new residents.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Just to tag on to what Councilmember Taylor was saying, just reading out of the resolution number 6360 on the community amenities. The community amenities are a policy and program for bonus level development in exchange. I'm sorry, the land use element includes a policy and program for bonus level development in exchange for the provision of community amenities. The required community amenities are intended to address identified community needs that result from the effect of the increased development intensity on the surrounding community. It is specifically for the existing community, and which is Belhaven. And so I think that while I fully support early childhood education and childcare, I really cannot say that it is primarily for the Belhaven community. And so I am also stumbling over this issue, and I also have concerns that just whether or not we can get quality childcare there is my other concern. And I think that we definitely need childcare is incredibly important everywhere in, and as we've seen with the letters that came into council, it's very, very important. It's rare to get an opportunity where you have a space that's specifically built for childcare, but I just keep having trouble actually calling this a community amenity. So that's, I'm curious to see where other people come out.
Vice Mayor Nash, if I could just follow up, you said that you have concerns that what would actually sort of occur here is quality childcare.
So actually,
what's the source of that? Because I'm curious. I just.
Thank you. I guess what I should have done first is explain that, disclose that as of last time, I've met with Andrew Morcos of Greystar and Cecilia Taylor, Councilmember Taylor, and I've also met with Mr. Morcos, and that he shared with us his thoughts on the proposed community amenities and provided information on the project plans. I've also met with the Carol Thompson of All Five and have some concerns whether or not they will have the bandwidth to actually become the partner for this amenity. And and I know there are other very good partners out there. I just, as it becomes more remote from Bellhaven, my concern about it being a Bellhaven community amenity increases. So it's just who would be the partner, how will that all work, and will it truly be a community amenity for Bellhaven? Did that explain it?
Yeah. And so part of I think was someone proposed, I don't know if it's Councilmember Taylor or maybe from public comment, Ms. Jones, this idea of like half the money going to, does sort of divvying up that make the likelihood of the early childhood education actually transpiring and happening less likely? I mean, yeah, I hear you. I just want to make sure that like we're not sort of backdoor, like really hampering the viability of this. If we are, then we should just say like, you know, we'll take the in lieu fees and just be very sort of transparent and upfront about it, versus again, like I say, you know, hampering it in a way that won't allow it to actually be viable. I'll go to Vice Mayor Nash and then go to Councilmember Willison.
Well, I just wanted to say, I mean, I would love to have it explored whether or not it would be viable. I think it's is a wonderful amenity, just not necessarily a community amenity, but I fully support childcare there.
Yeah. Councilmember Willison, were you gonna?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually, the whole, what is a community amenity? I think this is a conversation we have had a little bit, but we need to have a lot more. And I appreciate Councilmember Taylor and Vice Mayor Nash, you bringing this up. One thing that I guess this is a question for Councilmember Taylor and for community members in District 1. It was my understanding, and I know we recently established for the first time an in lieu fee, but my sense was that there was some concern about an in lieu fee and putting lots of money there that doesn't have a purpose. And I know there's a process taking place now to figure out what to do with it, but I just want to make sure that comfort level, because I think that's what my understanding of the conversation at the Planning Commission, a lot of it was about whether that's even like a desirable outcome of getting in lieu fee dollars. So I don't know if I'm allowed to pose a question to you, Councilmember Taylor, but I mean, I would defer to you as on what your community needs are in District 1.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I appreciate the question, Councilmember Willison. I believe that the challenge is we needed to update the list and make some changes several years ago. And because we didn't, Vice Mayor Nash and I believe our city attorney were thinking of a way to have another option. And so that's what the in lieu fee is. And we have not fully defined what the policy around who and how and when it is used. But I think I look at it a little differently than the in lieu fee for BMR. It's nice to have somebody build something. But if that something is not built in the community that's supposed to serve, then who is it really for? So that's my answer. And the other thing is, you know, we always can do a little bit more outreach to find out what community wants to see. But this was a short-term solution to a problem that pre-existed and we couldn't make changes to.
Councilmember Mueller.
I'm just curious, as we talk to my colleagues, at what point, how long does someone have to live in the community before you count them for being part of the community benefit? These residents, if this is built, these residents will be living in District 1. How long do they have to live there before the community amenity counts to their benefit? And it's just because, I mean, we're adding a lot of housing. There's people are going to need childcare, but we're saying that this doesn't count because they didn't live there before the project was built. But they're still going to need it, and it's not viable without setting aside for it. And we're taking it away from the developer's property rights. So I guess just at the outset, how long does someone have to live in the community before they count for the community benefit?
Vice Mayor Nash.
Actually, I was trying to take my hand down and let Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. That's a great question, Councilmember Mueller. The first thing that pops to mind is how long do you have to live in the community? How long does the community that exists have to live here to receive a benefit from everything that's happening around it? And as far as to me, I look at it as an on-site benefit. Something that the developer is providing its new residents that will be paying somewhere around $3,000 a month to live in those one of 300 units. So I still see that as an on-site benefit. So how long do they have to live there? Well, the developer should be providing an on-site benefit for the residents, considering how much they're paying. My concern is about existing residents that feel left out. They feel like they have to wait until all the build out is completed before any benefits are actually directly in the community that they're supposed to be for.
Yeah, I mean, but would the developer be providing the childcare, but for the fact that we're asking them to do it? Because I don't think they would. I think they'd want to put something else there. I don't think it's, I've never moved into any apartment building ever where it was like, hey, guess what? We have childcare in the building. Like they'd want to maximize their profit on the rent. So, I mean, but I just throw that out there because I think, you know, I realize we need to provide benefits, and we've been working hard to provide benefits for population that are present now. But you know, these are going to be your constituents, Councilmember Taylor. So however you want to approach it's fine. But there's a lot of people moving in, and I'm assuming they're going to need childcare too. So, but I'll follow the way that you guys want to approach it. But it's not clear to me that community benefits need to only go towards existing population and not take into account population growth.
Vice Mayor Nash. So
I guess respectfully, I'm a little bit perplexed by your question, Councilmember Mueller. I'm again reading from Resolution 6360, of which you were part of the council, although I do recognize that you did not vote for this. But certainly you were part of discussions, and it does say that bonus level development allows a project to develop at a greater level of intensity with an increased floor area ratio, density, and/or increased height. There is a reasonable relationship between the increased density and/or intensity of development and the increased effects on the surrounding community. They're not talking about the community that's going to be. They're talking about the community that exists, I believe. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that the entire, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't see, I mean, respectfully, Councilmember Nash, the intensity of growth affects people who are coming in as much as those who are present. So it really does. Like the people who are.
I agree with that. I just think that the idea, I think that it was known that there was going to be an incredible amount of development and it would have a big impact on the existing community of Belhaven. And my impression, and I could be wrong, but my impression was that this was specifically to offset the impacts of that increased development. And so while I absolutely agree with you that childcare is needed by everyone and excellent quality childcare, and this this has the opportunity to be that, is needed by everyone. It seems to me that what specifically the community amenity is supposed to do is to offset the impacts on the community that is of Belhaven.
Well,
and eventually it will be growing. I don't know that I'd want to get into a discussion about whether the residents on Haven Avenue are included. At what point do they become included? I totally get that. But I think to be saying that residents who are not there yet are included is stretching it too far. To me, that becomes a tenant amenity, not a community amenity.
That's fine, and I'm willing to follow your guys' interpretation on it for this project, but I'd suggest to you that I don't think the tenants will get this. I don't believe the tenants will be getting this amenity, but for the fact that it's being asked for to be a community amenity. So, I also think it's, it's not my district. So but to think that there will be no one in the district who may want to seek out childcare, I'm willing to go ahead and follow the lead of the council member from the district to say that would be the case. But I would think with this many people being added to the district, there's going to be a squeeze on childcare for everyone.
A question so who does currently, and I know that it's not certain that all 5 would be the operator in the situation, but who are they servicing now? Like if it is that operator, are they not servicing mostly Belhaven? Again, I know that that's not guaranteed, and I think that that's a valid point, that as someone who has been in the market for early childhood services for some time, I know how challenging it is. I know how expensive it is, right? And so I do get the concern that there could be some facility or operations there that may not may be out of the reach of residents. And so, but I see Mr. Marcos has come on, so maybe he can shed some light regarding my queries.
Yeah, the majority of all 5's current students in their location in Belhaven are from Belhaven. 50% of their students attend for no tuition at all. Another 25 attend on a sliding scale basis, and the final 25% pay market rate for childcare. And what that does is ensures that the level of childcare is commensurate with other market rate childcare providers. And so there is, again, a preference for Belhaven children to receive this early childcare education. And in addition, there is a preference for employees to be from Belhaven as well.
Employees of the childcare facility, right? Not employees in the area.
That's right. Employees of the early childcare education facility will, there is a preference given to Belhaven residents.
Yeah, and again, of course, one of the concerns is also like, right, you have lots of employees in that area, right? And depending on who's the operator, right, you think, right, there can be a concern of, is this a service? I mean, not just the tenants, right, but is it more geared towards the employees that are concentrated in that area, and not and a little less so the residents? But to your point, again, if I think a lot of this is resolved, or the concern, if all 5 is definitely the operator, or a similar operator with a similar ethos and a similar mission. Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. I'm just curious, this is for Mr. Marcos. If Greystar ends up paying the in lieu fee and doesn't use that space for the childcare, what will become of that space?
So because it was studied in the EIR as childcare, it would have to be a use that is less intense than that. And so it can't be more intense from any perspective. But we would essentially leave it to the market to decide what should go into this space and pay market rate for this type of space, rather than the free rent that we were offering to the early childhood education provider.
Do you have any sense of what the market is asking for that's less intense than childcare?
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't give you more.
Like a yoga studio, right? A dental office.
Yeah, it could be workout, could be dental office, it could be a bank, services.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Marcos, is it less intense? So that means it wouldn't be able to provide any food services or services that aren't there now?
Actually, childcare, especially from a transportation perspective, is pretty intense because there's drop off and pick up during the day, and so I'm not 100% sure about this, but I do believe like a cafe might be able to work in this location.
Possibly a mini mart, place to buy food.
Those types of uses are actually really challenging from a rent perspective in this small of a space.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So I'm not sure if this is appropriate at this point, but I was wondering if Mr. Marcos could make any comment about if there's any, if he has any thoughts about the child care facility and maybe some sort of compromise on it is a community amenity where there was some discussion about perhaps having it, but not having, just using part of that, less of the money for it. Is there any way, given that it definitely is also something that's attractive to the tenants, I think we all realize that, and it does sound like an excellent opportunity to have it built out. Is there any sort of brainstorming? Is there anything that comes to mind at this point that might be some sort of compromise?
So the selection from Planning Commission was the compromise, and it was as far as an early childhood education operator was willing to stretch. They do still have to fundraise. The operations of these facilities are very expensive in order to keep them at a level that is commensurate with what's in the market. And so what we've presented here is the compromise.
I just want to say two things regarding that, and I very much appreciate that. And when I was speaking with Carol Thompson, two things that really impressed me were, first of all, that one of the reasons why they will still need to do some fundraising is because they do try and pay more than a living wage, basically. So they are trying to increase the rate of pay for childcare workers commensurate with the value that they bring to the community, which I very much appreciate. And also, she did mention that all of their recent hires, which has been considerable, have come from the Bellhaven community, which is also, so as far as just hiring from the community, they're definitely, this particular provider certainly is doing that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. And so then where is there a consensus regarding this community amenity? I think earlier Councilmember Willison talked about like what we would bring over from the other motion, which was the pilot program, and then you called out the with regards to the transportation related, the non-TIF transportation related projects. And so is there anything else I'm missing as far as like sort of aspects of a possible motion that you called out? And so I'm just trying to not put you on the spot, just trying to see if,
No,
if
that's
the
fine.
one.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was the general direction about the lawyers meeting up and then us figuring out better relationships.
Okay. And so then the one sort of open question is related to the community amenity. And so where are we at there, Councilmember Willison?
I have another question about all five. So how is it written in the community amenity thing about all five? Like, is it definitely all five? It might be all five. Like, is it all five? If it is all five, is it all five for like a year, 20 years? Like, how is that written up? Because it sounds like, and do they have capacity for this, Mr. Marcos? Because that seems like it could be influence a decision. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so, all five is our preference because they've worked in Belhaven and have a history there, and they are CP, sure I mispronounced that, said that, accredited, but the community amenity covenant requires us to, if for whatever reason all five does not continue goes away, we have to find another suitable replacement for them, and that suitable replacement would have to comply with the requirements that a majority of or that preference is given to Belhaven residents for the early childhood education, as well as for the employees of the location. And also the city, if for whatever reason we're not able to find a suitable replacement, then it basically goes to the city and can ultimately go to the city council to decide what should be done with the space. So there's actually quite a bit of rights for the city on this. And to be totally honest, this is it has made it difficult to get our head around, to be honest with you.
Thank you. But, and I appreciate that those are a lot of conditions, but like the magic sauce of all five, having their really creative, like 50% are from the community, there's a market rate component, they're like play-based, like the stuff that makes like all five, like that might not be replicatable, but the enrolling the Belhaven kids and employing Belhaven residents would be.
Yes, and I do think that the city has the ability, if a replacement is not found to be suitable, for the city to say this doesn't work for us, basically. And in that case, there is a termination fee, which is the full amount of the community amenity plus a growth rate related to the increase in property value or tax basis, excuse me.
Can you so the city pays?
No, the Gray Star, the owner of this project, would have to pay if a suitable replacement isn't found, then Gray Star would have to pay the 8.55 million.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So I guess this might be a question for the city attorney then about the phrase like an acceptable. First of all, I'm not even sure if I should go down this path, because if Councilmember Taylor and Vice Mayor Nash and everybody else wants to go with the in-lieu fee, but so I guess I'll wait for my question to the city attorney about what an acceptable alternative would be if if we're still looking to pursue the childcare versus an in lieu fee. So sorry to bring you on screen, City Attorney. So I'll defer to Councilmember Taylor and Vice Mayor Nash on that one.
So yeah, where are we at? I think like I would just sort of to chime in with my thought. Again, I know of the critical need for early childhood education options in this community, and it really is. I maybe it's not. I won't sort of debate if it's a community benefit. It certainly is a benefit because no one sort of. Certainly no real estate developer says, yes, I want to get into the early childhood education business, even sort of like in a tangential perspective. It certainly is something that comes as a result of pressure or desire that like the ultimate trade-offs of being able to do the project are worth the cost. And so again, so it sort of, I recoil at the idea of just saying like, no, we'll take the money and not giving this an opportunity, which even still, it's not clear that it's going to pan out, even if we give it the green light, but not sort of, I like the idea of giving it the opportunity. But that being said, if there's others who are closer to this project, closer to the community, think otherwise, then I would, certainly be willing to defer to their thinking on this. And so, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm supportive of I'm looking at the chart that was on the applicants, where it has all five at, I think the in lieu fee would be 3.8 million city in lieu fee payment. I'm fine with the proposal from I guess it's the Planning Commission that made the recommendation. I am supportive of the childcare facility. My concern is that community amenities are not going to serve the community. So. And with that, my intent was actually to make a motion unless there was a follow-up question. And Councilmember Willison, I couldn't tell if you had a question or if that was a comment, but.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So given that it sounds like you are in support of pursuing, is Vice Mayor Nash in agreement? Yeah, she looks okay. Then I guess my question for the city attorney is the definition of, I forgot what the word was, comparable, acceptable, alternative to all five, and how is that defined? And is there any teeth we can, or any parameters we can put on that to?
But if I just,
yeah.
he said that we would have the ultimate ability to review.
Oh, I didn't know if it was deemed acceptable.
Yeah. So maybe let's ask for the city attorney definitely to confirm that. Like, right? Is there, if it's not all five, is there a review aspect for the city council?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. That's exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah, I'm looking at the operating covenant that was approved by the Planning Commission, and I'd like to ask for just like a couple minutes to find the relevant portion.
Yeah, no, totally.
But you all might want to keep discussing while I'm looking.
So then, Councilmember Willison, why don't you take us where you were going? And then we'll check in and see, like this idea of just creating some additional checks or that any sort of operator other than all five would
have to like come for like some smell test or something
meet certain criteria. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I'm actually thinking I would like to have it just come to council anyway, because all five is dramatically expanding in their current campus. And that's one of the concerns that was raised at planning, is just, will they have the bandwidth? Presumably, from my discussions with, anyway, I would assume that they will be able to judge that themselves, but I think that it would not be unreasonable to just say, why doesn't council take a look at whatever under the same, what is acceptable, and just review it regardless.
I'm sorry, City Attorney Doherty, were you going to?
I'm prepared to reference the relevant sections of the Community Amenity Agreement, Operating Covenant, excuse me, which I think will in part speak to the comments you just made, Vice Mayor. So the current version of the Operating Covenant states that where the operator that is in place, the initial operator, ceases to operate, the owner, Greystar, would then have 6 months from the date that the operator ceases to operate to either, one, secure a new operator to operate consistently with the use covenant. So that would be an operator that operates a childcare facility in the same manner that the original operator did, or two, the owner may submit a complete application to the city for a replacement use consistent with the community amenities list, as that list may be amended, and identify a new organization or operator to maintain the replacement use in the space that's designated currently for the childcare center.
So then if Councilmember Wilson.
So there's nothing that hasn't come back to us to judge the merits of the new operator. I believe the term you used, in the same manner. So is that have to do with the hiring and the attendance and enrollment of the Belhaven community, or is that also around other squishy aspects of the childcare?
No. So if they put a new childcare operator in there, that doesn't come back to the city council. It's only if they're changing the use of the space.
And even though there is there anywhere the sort of requirement that it at least is modeled off of sort of this all five, where we actually see that it is servicing the Belhaven community? There's no requirement there, right? So
no,
it could bring in sort of kinder care, right, and national chain. Again, great company, but I'm just saying, a national chain that's open to anyone who pays their fees, and that would meet their obligations currently under this agreement.
I think so. The operating covenant is pretty thin in terms of what the required use covenant involves. So it just requires that the community amenity space be used, operated, maintained by a nonprofit organization providing childcare services and early childhood education in accordance with some minimum operating standards. And those operating standards are like hours of operation, and that the operator operates a childcare center focused on the provision of early childhood education. Oh, you know what? I misspoke. There is a provision in here. Excuse me. Enrollment shall be prioritized for children who are residents of the Belhaven neighborhood. The operator may provide a range of services typical of childcare center focused on early childhood education for children between the ages of 0 and 5, including indoor and outdoor learning spaces, teacher support areas, play equipment. The operator has to maintain all required state licensing, and the teachers employed by the operator must have the requisite educational training and the operator shall make a good faith effort to advertise employment opportunities in and recruit employees from the Bellhaven neighborhood.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Nash.
So did I catch that there's a requirement that it's a nonprofit?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Then to where it would seem that Councilmember Willison that does have, in theory, it's as much protections as I think we could expect in a situation like this. Vice Mayor Nash. Okay. So then, did someone want to formulate a motion, or did Councilmember Taylor start there down that road? Definitely, if you didn't, feel free to correct me. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. It was definitely my intention to make a motion. At this hour, there's no way I would be able to repeat what was just said.
No, yeah, at this hour, I think it's a motion by committee, right? It's all sort of, so it would be a denial of the appeal, approval of the project. It would include the pilot program with respect to any possible future disposition of the property to a nonprofit. It would also include provisions related to the non-TIF transportation projects, and general statement of support for a meeting between Great Star and school district officials. And is there something I'm missing? City Attorney Doherty.
I'll read the motion to the record, if that would be helpful. Okay, the motion, and Pyle, I'm going to need you to come on and reference the intersections that Councilmember Willison had originally requested, and I'll just cue you when it's time for that. So as I understand it, the motion on the table is to adopt resolution 6665 and make the required findings per the California Environmental Quality Act, certify the file in EIR, adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt resolution 6666, denying the appeal of Sequoia Unified High School District, uphold the Planning Commission's approval of and approve a use permit, architectural control, BMR housing agreement, and community amenities operating covenant, all of which are attached to the resolution. Adopt resolution 6667, approving the public utility easement abandonment, which would allow relocation of existing utilities outside the footprint of the proposed buildings and into a new easement within the project site. And the approval, the motion is made subject to the following changes to resolution 6666 to add 2 additional conditions of approval. And the first condition of approval would read, all conditions of approval mandating improvements to the following intersections will remain as drafted in the conditions of approval, but may, at a time determined by the City Council, be analyzed and potentially removed from the approved conditions of approval. If the City Council does not analyze and or remove said conditions of approval, the applicant shall continue to be bound by the existing conditions of approval related to the following intersections. And then Pyle, if you can please read those into the record.
Sure. So the intersections that are not included in the TIF, which includes Chrysler and Independence, Bayfront and Chrysler, and the turn pockets on Jefferson. So there are a total of 3.
And then the second condition of approval that would be added would read, Prior to issuance of the first building permit, the applicant shall enter into a payment in lieu of taxes agreement or a pilot agreement with the city of Menlo Park and shall record the executed pilot agreement in the San Mateo County Recorder's Office. The pilot agreement shall require that an event owner or any of its operators or lessees or its and their successors or assigns applies for and is granted a welfare exemption pursuant to Section 214 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code, or any successor provision or any other exemption from the payment of real or personal property taxes of any nature. Owner shall pay annually to the city a payment in lieu of taxes in an amount equal to the portion of the real and personal property tax levy the city would have received, but for the exemption is determined by the city and is increased annually by the amount permitted under the provisions of Article 8A, Section 2 of the California Constitution. The pilot agreement shall run with the land.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, Ms. Bagat, can you reread the intersections? I think I was.
Sure. So the intersections were Chrysler and Independence, Bayfront and Chrysler, and then there's a turn pocket requirement for Jefferson, which was also not included in the TIF program. So
I have in my notes that Chrysler and Independence is part of the TIF.
Give me just 1 second.
Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Confirm.
Thank you.
So if you want to follow along with me, I'm on page L-2.910 and looking at condition SS number 1. It starts with under the cumulative scenario. If you go on reading that paragraph, it says that the intersection of Kaiser Drive and Bayfront Expressway is to convert the existing right turn lane on Kaiser Drive and share the left turn lane, resulting into having 2 left turns. And it goes on to explain the condition. And then following that, it says that this improvement is not included in the city's TIF program and is also subject to Caltrans approval. So that's number 1.
Right, and I had that was not, so that
Okay.
I'm with you there.
Perfect. And so under that, number 2, that is the cumulative scenario again for Chrysler Drive and Jefferson Drive, installation of a signal. And then number 2 is to convert the share left-right lane into 1 left turn lane. And it just says that the installation of the signal is consistent with the transportation master plan and included in the TIF program. So that the second portion of that improvement is not included in the TIF program.
Okay, I think there might just be I was communicating with is Kevin Chen still here? Because I'm looking at some notes and email back and forth about the Chrysler Independence. Anyway, I can.
And the Chrysler Independence, if you see the third, it says after it describes the improvement, it says this improvement is not included in the TIF program. So it's in the condition of approval language.
Okay.
On page L-2.199.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can bring on the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just for the record, who was our motioner and seconder?
I think I think the motion was either me or Councilmember Taylor. We were sort of doing it. I'm happy to take it and say that it was my motion.
Perfect.
And Madam City Clerk, the motion has already been read into the record.
Correct.
So
Yes.
it's just about.
Yes. I just, for the record, I need to know the seconder.
Yeah. And so is there someone willing the motion? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor by Mayor Combs, second by Vice Mayor Nash, as read into the record by our City Attorney, Nira Doherty. Any further City Council question or discussion? Councilmember Willison?
Yes.
Oh, I just see your hand up. Did you have further question or
no.
discussion? Okay. So by roll call vote, City Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
City Councilmember Taylor?
No.
City Councilmember Willison?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Combs?
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Councilmember Taylor dissenting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you thank you to everyone. Mr. Marcos, Board President Sarver, Mr. Freeman, and glad to hear that you're feeling better. Thank you for the presentations and the heartfelt arguments, and obviously the dialogue continues. With that, and so we are going to actually skip the regular business item, which I was recused from, but the Vice Mayor made an executive decision to take it up, to continue it to the next City Council meeting. And so we'll move on to the informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member or a city staff member or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herring, can you call for public comment on informational items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our informational items, N1 for City Council agenda topics, or N2, the personnel activity report as of July and August of 2021, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our informational items, N1 and N2. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay. And is there any council comment on the informational items? Okay. With that, we'll go on to City Manager's report.
Okay, I'm not able to turn on my screen, but I don't have any report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, City Manager Jerome Robinson. Council member reports. Are there any council members who want to share out? Vice Mayor Nash.
So Councilmember Taylor and I both attended the Stanford Community Resource Group meeting, and I do not have my notes here, so I will report out next time.
Any other additional council reports? Oh, totally cool. Well, with that, I think we will adjourn the meeting. Everyone have a good Wednesday, September 15th.